Through a lifetime spent in the pursuit of knowledge, one question consumed me. How did our world come to be? The old ones perished 1,000 years ago, triggering the extinction of all life. She showed me how it was reborn. A little outcast girl, ignorant of her own importance. Through her, I learned that life was only saved through a technological miracle. Zero Dawn. A terraforming system composed of 9 subordinate functions, each playing its part to reshape Earth from a barren rock to a lush landscape. Tended and protected by the machines. And with her, I learned the deepest secret of them all. The secret of her birth. That she is a clone of Elizabeth Subek, Zero Dawn's creator. Born to prevent a new extinction. Driven by Hades, a malevolent AI. Given sentience by a mysterious signal of unknown origin. And with a little help from me, she prevailed in a great battle at the city of Meridian. Becoming a champion for all humankind. But as useful as she has been, now, I must leave her behind. For as she strives to put right what Hades sundered, I have made a new discovery. One that heralds both destruction and opportunity.
In short, Silence is a massive idiot for what he plans on doing. I don't know what it is, but it's not a good idea. Hello, and welcome to the official start of Horizon Forbidden West. The first time I fired it up, so I needed to watch the cutscene, and I need to play with my settings. So what's this then? Explore the world with minimal guidance, receive markers on your screen to help you reach your quest destination. We'll leave them to Explorer, because I know that I'm going to be running around a lot, looking around. Nah, I don't need contextual reminders. Yes. Oh wow, you can actually turn it off. Okay. Co-pilot. That's awesome. So you can. This game is lightly multiplayer, very lightly, mind you. We turn that off because I played the entire last game without it, so I don't want to go throwing myself off now. Turn the volume down a little bit. Oh, that's cool. So you can actually turn down specific. I want to play with this game running. Well, I want both, but you know. Welcome, Tail. We are just playing with the menus. I think I've done all I can without actually choosing a difficulty mode. So you're willing to see story spoilers, are you? Right, so what we got? Easy combat, light combat, normal combat, exploring, hard difficulty for a challenging combat experience throughout the journey, very hard difficulty offers tough and demanding combat experience for those looking to test their skills. So, we are going to be playing on very hard. Because I enjoy the difficulty in the fighting in this game. It makes you have to try harder. Let's not ruin the cutscenes with my stupid face. Oh, the game run is already running a million times better. The game looks beautiful.
I'm running out of time, Elizabeth. The land is dying. People are suffering. Soon, they'll starve.
The corruption is spreading.
All because of a terraforming system that's spiraling out of control. And only I can fix it. Only I have your genetic code. It won't be long before we hit the point of no return. And then... extinction. I've been searching for months for what I need. A backup of Gaia. The AIU designed to control the system. But every time I think I have a lead, it comes to nothing. And every night, I have the same dream. I'm walking under a brilliant night sky, through a field of flowers. And when I arrive at the center, I see you, Elizabeth. Waiting for me. Even though you've been dead for 1,000 years. You're the closest person I've ever had to a mother. And for a moment, I feel whole. But it never lasts. I'm always left alone. This world is your legacy, Elizabeth. I won't let it slip away. The valley below is my only remaining lead. My last hope to find the backup. I'll do whatever it takes to get it. I promise. Varl?
If it isn't Aloy, the savior of Meridian, anointed of the Nora.
You know I hate being called that stuff.
Well, consider it a punishment for running out on us the very same night we beat Hades.
I grew up an outcast. Remember, I'm not much for parties.
Yeah. But that one was in your honor. Just saying. So, what are we doing? Must be urgent since you left so fast. Delving into ancient ruins? Or maybe it has something to do with the Blight.
Both, actually, but, I should...
Oh, no. I've been tracking you a long way. It's okay. After everything you've done to help the Nora and my family, I swore an oath to help you, no matter what. You're stuck with me now. Like bark on wood.
Okay. But if you're going to come with me, you'll need to be able to see what I see.
A focus? Never thought I'd get your second sight.
I'll give you another one later and show you how to back up your data.
Data?
Information on the device. We've got a lot to cover. I'll have to explain everything as we go.
You see like this all the time?
Since I was a little girl. Come on. Shall we? All right, I got a couple of scrapes on the way here. We should find some medicinal plants, stock up. So it's time for your first lesson with the focus.
Sounds good. Let's get started.
Bacho. Sorry, just a second, guys. It's borrowed. No, I mean, like, it looks amazing on my monitor, like you said it would. Okie dokie, I just left my phone and wallet downstairs, so I have to go grab it. Oh. So, unfortunately, can't skip the tutorial.
These plants don't look like the ones in the Sacred Lands.
The focus helps you see the ones we need.
Oh, sorry, don't put word camera on. Ooh.
Ugh.
Bitter?
Yeah, well, at least they make you feel better. All right, we should keep going.
So, I am very much looking forward to
Might want
just...
to grab more of these plants.
Like,
along
even
way.
the field of view on this
Yeah,
looks better
good
than
idea.
it did in the first one. Like, I think I can physically see a lot more. And for those who are here for the Horizon Zero Dawn streams, fear not, we will not be speedrunning it like we did to finish Ultra Hard, since that was just a trophy run. I will be playing this as thoroughly as I played the original. So we're going to get all of the items, all the side quests, all the guns.
Here too.
So it's going to be a lengthy playthrough.
Some of the blight is... it's peeling off. Dead skin. Is that how it spreads?
Ugh.
So which subroutine was in charge of the
Those ruins. That's
flora?
where we need to go.
So that subroutine's obviously gone haywire. And is causing the blight. Because I don't know what's happening with Hades.
The backup? Well, it's an AI.
Ooh, that was a good swan dive. I rolled off the ledge.
Think of it like a set of instructions that can fix the world.
Sounds complicated.
The HUD looks so much cleaner as well. Like, it's when they've increased the resolution of the screen, I can just see, it's like nothing seems intrusive. And where you have the option to turn the HUD on and off, that's pretty neat. Might leave the HUD on permanently, since it's just how I process the information in this game.
Salvaging machine carcasses as usual. And there they go.
Looks like they left a carcass behind.
So we have to teach Val how to use the focus. So that's how they did the tutorial. I mean, that's a pretty neat way to do it, because they can't just get you, like, Aloy can't have forgotten how to, swipe up on the touchpad to reveal the full HUD and review your current quest
A lot of
objectives.
arrows in that machine. Better take a closer look.
Because I'm glad they've done something like
Someone
this, so
took
that
down this machine recently.
Aloy isn't like, I forgot.
I don't know.
Yes, only
We better craft
PS5.
some arrows of our own. There might be trouble ahead.
There's some ridgewood by the stream.
Give it a couple of years, it'll be on the PC before long. Wow, it took
Alright.
the first one
Now to
6
craft
years.
some arrows.
Sweet.
Done.
The hunter,
Arrows ready.
the hunter arrow's got the same icon as the hardpoint
There's a
arrows from the
ladder.
first game.
But can't reach it from here.
Nothing a well-placed arrow can't knock free. Just tired of the lock.
It's just,
After you.
I've intentionally turned off auto aim just because I know how much I started getting used to the game on the without auto aim. So this should either go really well or really bad.
What was this place?
I don't know. The transmission... The, message I found didn't say. Only that a backup might be here.
It feels
We need
like
to find a way in.
that storm has been following
So,
Aloy.
What happened after I left Meridian?
Well, there was a fuss when people realized you were gone. But then some of us figured you only would have left if it were for something important.
You were right about that. The blight's not just poisoning plants. It's killing animals too.
Then people will get sick too. And starve.
We're not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, so whatever subroutine was in charge of the flora, sorry, has gone haywire like Hades and Hephaestus did. So I'm guessing all the subroutines without Gaia have just gone ballistic. It's the same kind of corruption that the corrupted machines had. So it's going to be interesting later on to see what the Poseidon subroutine would have done to the waters. There's no way that he's still going to be working properly, not if all the others aren't.
Down this way.
Still got my rocks.
Get to the grass.
Oh, new
Never seen
machine.
one of those before.
Me neither.
It looks like he's got a more
Instead,
prominent
machines
eye.
have it on alert.
How do you want to handle it?
The focus can help us. We can scan the machine before we make our move.
Okay.
Give it a second.
I have to
Okay.
hold it now.
See how parts of it are glowing? Those are its weak spots.
Got it. Its eye. It's a weak spot.
Right.
Key upgrade resource. I love the information in this. It looks so much cleaner.
I'm ready.
Okay, concentrate.
Yeah, the aiming is still as finicky as it was in the original. Like you have to hit the no, that's the wrong word. The hitboxes are still as accurate as they were in the original. You still have to actually land the shot properly. Instead of, you know, oh well, you were close enough. Still the same
Alright, everything
items.
A few supplies.
Another one's coming.
I take it I don't have stealth hit anymore though. Oh yes I do.
How does the focus know all that?
It reads data on the machine.
Like a hunter. studying
Machine
its prey?
muscle.
Yeah, kind of.
Interesting.
So after the fuss over me leaving, what did everyone else do?
Well, as soon as the celebration was over, my mother led the rest of the Nora home. The Sun King put his people to work rebuilding the city, and I set out to find you.
Okay,
Someone
well,
shot this machine too.
I'm looking forward to doing more combat. It's just so like with the game running at 60 FPS. Well, I hope it's 60 FPS, and looking
Another
as good as
ladder.
it does, I feel like
shoot
it's
off
going to
the
be
wall.
so much better now. It's just like the first game, the combat was brilliant and it only got better, and now they've not really...
Yeah. Found my first one when I fell into a ruin. Got the others from an old cache not long ago. It's good to have extras.
It's good that they haven't like strayed too far from the primary combat. Like, it is still as tough as it would have been if this was your first time playing the second one. First time playing Horizon. But it's
I'll be okay.
as responsive as it is in the first game. So it feels really nice. I mean, it's just weird to me not being able to one-shot things anymore.
Far Zenith? I know they made some tech trades with Zero Dawn, but why would they have a backup of Gaia?
Please register with reception for the tour.
I guess they want us to check in with them?
Please hold for identiscan. Access denied. Please wait here for personnel to assist you. Dr. Sobek.
Okay. I guess they weren't on great terms with Elizabeth. Well, let's find a way in.
So you probably threaten them. Is that how I'm going to swap arrows later, is using
Please
the D-pad
hold for
while aiming?
identiscan. Access denied. Credentials not recognized.
I guess it doesn't like me either.
This is going to be...
I should be able to
It's like
press
my
with
sister showed me the skill trees in this game. They are massive. They are going to be really good to get into.
There's climbing gear. Guess someone dropped in from above. Whoever left this here might have also shot those machines we found earlier.
So where are they now?
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say
What's that stench?
probably dead.
Entire camp. Wiped out. They must have come here to delve for scrap.
Acid. That explains the smell. And it looks like something big came in from above.
Crashed right through the camp. And then through the wall. I should take a look at the rubble in that gap.
This is a very Boulder-esque looking.
Whoever came through here brought this down as
trail.
it went out. If I can dislodge some of the debris, we might be able to squeeze through. Maybe I can find something to help in the camp.
Aloy, over here. I think I got something. It's some kind of Osram prototype, I think. This hook looks like it can latch onto things.
And this gear pulls it back.
It looks broken, but maybe we can repair it. Hook it to the debris.
And pull it out. That could work. The focus can help us search the camp and identify anything we can use to fix the tool.
Getting the
My
grappling
focus
hook.
picked up a couple of things to check out.
There is something in this game that is spewing acid. That does not sound like a good time to me.
Acid burned right through his armor.
I mean, last game it was just fire, ice, thunder, and
Part of the machine could help fix the gears.
well, those are the only elements that are really in use apart from Tear Blast. But that's going to be friggin' brutal when we go into fights against whatever's throwing acid. Oh, her melee swing still feels so much more fluid.
Bad guy.
Right, so she got a 3-hit light combo. And it's a 1-hit heavy combo. It's just the melee in this feels so much better than it did. So, yeah, I know there's a melee tree. That's going to be an interesting way to play on very hard. Unless they've made
Machine
it...
cable. Stronger than rope. Alright, I think I have what I need to repair the tool.
Unless what they've done is made it so arrows are not as good as they used to be. so melee combat might be might have a bigger thing to it. I mean, it used to be with melee combat, the enemy would lunge at me, I'd dodge, take a swing, and then we'd carry on with the archery in long range. But if that's not a possibility, then it's gonna be tough. But everything about this game already looks a million times better than the original. I mean, it's an unfair comparison considering the first game came out for PS4.
All right,
But it still looks
I think I have
great.
what I need to repair the tool. Or maybe even make something better.
You could use this workbench.
Ooh! An improved version of a Delver's prototype tool that can latch onto and pull objects. Also enables grappling to specific points. That tells me straight away that I can upgrade the pullcaster. Continue story to discover this item. So there's actually gear now.
There. Pull caster. Now to test it on the debris.
Not a grapple hook. Make sure you don't get those two confused. Pullcaster is a versatile tool that allows you to manipulate objects in the environment that have a graded pattern. Okay, but how do I use it? This because this is made for the PS5, it's got all the like haptic feedback and stuff, and the tensile stuff on the
That was
controller.
better than I thought.
And it's like you get some resistance on your controller when you go to pull the bow back. I love
Oh,
that.
doesn't look like there's an easy way out of here. I should scan the area. We have to find a way to keep going.
Like the engineers at Sony have done a fantastic job with the controller,
I might be able to get up there.
but it's just a shame not many games made full use of it.
Huh. What's this thing for?
So I think apart from Astro's Playroom and a little bit on Godfall, not many other games used the controller's special functions.
Good morning. I'm Oswald Dalgard, and it is my pleasure to introduce you to Far Zenith. Forget what you think you know about us. Our truth is simple. We say reach for the stars, even if you have to cross 8.6 light years of space to get there. Please proceed into the auditorium, where we'll unveil our plans.
It sounds like while Elizabeth was
Wonder
trying,
what's in this auditorium.
it sounds like while Elizabeth was trying to escape, Elizabeth was trying to save Earth by giving it a second chance. These people were attempting to
Right.
just escape Earth.
That's not working.
Oh right, I wasn't reading the tutorial,
Wow.
so it's
That
just
works.
a double jump essentially.
That pullcaster's useful. Too bad there's only one.
Don't worry. I'll find you another way up.
But that is a nifty little bit of interesting thought process there. Zenith tried to escape, whereas Elizabeth tried to save. I wonder if I'll be able to use the pullcaster to bring enemies to the ground if they're flying. Like, not quite as effective as a rope caster, but if they're like weakened or they've just lifted off, then I can potentially pull them down.
Okay, I gotta drop the ladder for Varl. There you go, Varl.
Thanks.
I feel like the Atreus with Kratos and Atreus. I have to do all the heavy lifting, and Varl's just here for a ride. I'm gonna quickly forget how to use the swap to the pullcaster. Guaranteed.
Humans, Homo sapiens, us. We have always pushed the boundary as explorers, pioneers, trailblazers. And now Far Zenith is taking the next leap into the future. That's why we're proud to have resurrected the Odyssey. When our government's abandoned in orbit, Far Zenith will actualize in less than a decade. But that's only the beginning. When the ship is complete, we will send the Odyssey and her crew where no one's gone before. The Sirius system. There, we'll create humanity's first off-world colony. The Odyssey may take 300 years to reach it, but when we look up at the night sky, we'll know they're on their way.
Did they finish it though?
And in the words of our founder, the late Peter Chinvumbe, the truest form of immortality is...
Data corrupt. Playback stopped.
The old ones could fly through the sky? Between the stars?
Well, yes. Sort of. That ship, the Odyssey, it never made it to the other star. Something went wrong, and it blew up. Is that why Elizabeth gave them a backup of Gaia? For their colony?
Error. Public presentation file corrupted. Member recruitment file available. Do you wish to reactivate?
Yeah, reactivate. Let's see what else they had to say.
We all know the projections. Economic instability, new biocontagions, rampant AIs. How long before another catastrophe creates unacceptable risk for the world's elite? We here at Far Zenith believe, escape the inevitable. And so we reach for the stars. Now you've seen what we're building here. Infrastructure to support the Odyssey's construction. A state-of-the-art data center to facilitate rapid technological advancements. And you've seen how we're managing public perception. So invest and join us. Claim your berth on the Odyssey. Preserve your way of life beyond the concerns of Earth.
Well, they were right about the world ending. They just didn't know how. Yet.
So everything they said back there about the next step for humanity, it was all a lie. These people only cared about saving their own skin.
Yeah, well, didn't work out for them in the end. That Oswald guy mentioned a data center. There. The backup. It should be stored in there.
Won't be able to swim across.
I guess we'll have to find a way around. Come on.
Does that mean that they have an early prototype of Gaia, considering that they only just finished Gaia as the world ended?
The wilds have really grown over this place.
Right, so that's the way forward. You never take the direct path. Machine muscle. I wonder what I can do with that later.
My focus might be able to help here.
Oh, I can't activate
Should
it.
be able to pull that thing out of the wall.
I already knew that. Because, you know, why not?
That's the trick.
It's a good thing you can't die from the rock flying at you.
In we go.
Above us. What is that?
It might have been what killed those Osram. Keep your guard up.
Was that a giant
My
worm?
guard is up.
I'm not really into the whole idea of fighting another game with a giant, playing the game with a giant worm. Because they always are a pain in the ass to fight. Did you end up waiting?
Careful. Don't want those things to call in some friends from underground. Let's keep going quietly. You take the left one. I'll deal with the one on the right.
Okay.
Oh dear. Stealth. What I'm worst at.
Moving up.
I need to sneak up on it to take it out with my spear. Can't let it see me. I should scan it first. Check its patrol path. Okay, there's its patrol path. Gotta get closer and stay out of sight.
Didn't throw the stone as far as I thought I was going to. So I've actually made it worse for myself. Ooh. Ooh, it was literally about to spot me. I forget that stealth is a lot harder than it is on the first game, just because I haven't actually got all of my unlocks and things.
Look, to distract it. Get it into a position where I can sneak up and strike. Just have to wait for the right moment.
Literally on the edge of the execution distance. Gotta remember to pick this. One of the problems I suffered from in the first game was I stopped gathering healing items because, you know, I'm not going to take much damage. So when I actually needed to have a healing item, I did not have one. It was manageable, but it was not the right way to do it.
More of those machines ahead.
Nothing you and I can't handle.
Hold on, I want my items. Oh, strike from above is an option. As you can see, stealth, not what I play for. I am all about getting in there, being loud and doing the damage. That topple was a complete accident.
Got 'em all.
Probably did more killing with my melee weapon than my bow then. That's the thing, I've got some horrible habits from the first game.
Noticed you have a new look these days?
Yeah, I know. Didn't have a lot of time to shave when I was trying to catch up to you. Don't worry, it's not permanent.
Good.
Sorry my whiskers offend you, anointed.
Yeah, I got way too like melee happy in the original. Because, you know, you've got these powerful weapons and everything, so you miss the shot, they come at you, you just use your melee weapon and dispatch them quickly because of the endgame spear. But now I need to not do that and get better at stealth again. I was never good at stealth in the first place. Not the fox. Just keeps popping up.
The blight's made its way in here too. Looks like this little guy got caught up in the blight. Couldn't escape.
Why am I the
hope that didn't
savior?
suffer long.
Why am I the savior here? Val has just stood in the blight, taking no damage. Yeah, I step into it for a second and I start coughing up a lung. Oh, I see why they've done the longer thing. The longer scan and the shorter scan. So one's to explore and the other one's to just ping quickly, let you know where things are. Wonder how many medicinal berries I can hold. At least because I need to kill everything again as well, because I'm not rushing the game, I'm going to have lots of materials. So I was really enjoying the ice spike out of the Frozen Wilds in the first game, the DLC. That ice spike launcher was the best. But
The last
now
one
it's
must have used
like
explosives against the machines.
I just relied heavily on
They
chill
managed
water.
to get a couple.
But I'd run out very quickly. I had no
There's a barricade
resources.
here. Machines must have broken through.
What's that popped up? Don't even see that burrower. It must be underground still.
I'll keep this for later.
Oh.
Guess that Oseram didn't have a chance to use it. Careful. Traps ahead.
Huh. Might be able to disarm them.
Unless Val walks right into
There.
them.
Managed to salvage some supplies. Dismantled
And
it.
not blow yourself up.
And got more supplies.
They didn't really use traps much in the first game, apart from the
Looks
odd,
like
like,
another can.
alarm.
While we're here, maybe we can make some traps of our own. Come in handy against machines.
I never used the traps in the first game.
Oh, I don't have the right supplies to craft a trap. But
Blast
it looks
bits.
like the Oseram shot off some machine parts. I might be able to scrounge up enough materials from them.
I think I like this new crafting system. In the first game, there was the achievement for breaking all of the training dummies, so I am very much interested in doing this, just in case. Also, the lack of damage I'm not used to either. There's so much that I took for granted in the first game that I just can't do anymore.
Okay. Should have what I need to craft a trap.
I can make two.
There. Explosive trap made.
I'll make two.
If anything walks into one of those, they won't know what hit it.
Well, maybe
Over
because
here. Aloy, I think I see a way up.
my main reason for playing games on the hardest difficulty is it forces me to use all of like the top, or using all of your resources and thinking more practically about how you're about to approach a fight. And in all honesty,
Don't think they're spotting us.
I don't do that in these games.
A scrounger.
That's new to me. Let's see where its weak points are.
Maybe we could place one of those traps you made in its path.
Scrounger? But that's not new. Yeah, the problem I've got with stealth, like I say in every game, I'm way too impatient for it. I just want to get in, kill them, and get on with it. But if I can do, I mean, there could be some monsters in this, the machines in this, that if I actually take the time to do stealth correctly, I said that in the first game as well, it would make it more manageable. I keep trying to knock multiple arrows as well. Alright, I didn't quite kill it. Is there a timed melee attack? Because he sort of glowed when he did that swing then. Because that's a problem I always have, is you just button mash like, I want. You know, where in Godfall it teaches me,
They all
it
have
taught
their
me to
secrets,
not
but-
button mash.
Every place is different.
And I felt like I was fighting a lot better in melee range when I was doing that kind of thing. I mean, I can complain about stealth all I like, but it is like one of the best ways to play games like this.
Whoa. That machine we saw earlier must be on the move.
Let's hope it doesn't come this way.
I mean, it may get the job done with killing quickly and everything, but just being like running guns blazing strategy. But the whole stealth thing, you can take out the worst of them sooner. Or at least weaken them ready for a fight. Sorry, just a second.
That's a big storm picking up out there.
Yeah. And they're getting stronger. And more frequent.
So the storms, the blighted lands, the rivers and lakes choked with algae. You were born to fix all that?
Yeah, but I can only do it if I find that backup. I think we're winding our way around to the data center.
Yeah,
We
it
need to
is
cut through that big building on the right out there.
exactly
Hey,
as
Varl.
I thought.
There's data here. You scan it with your focus.
Exactly as I thought, all of the subroutines have gone haywire.
This data mentions the tech that Far Zenith traded with Zero Dawn. But it doesn't explain how they got it back up.
I'll keep an eye out for more data.
Because Poseidon's the water.
A lot of glyphs. I'll tuck this away to study later.
Looks like we've got to climb up.
I think it's Artemis was the... Is Artemis Flora? No, Artemis was Fauna. I can't
That
remember who
looks like the way we
Flora
came.
was. I don't know. All I know is that it seems that they've all gone haywire and are trying to destroy the Earth in their own way. Because Hades corrupted them.
You okay?
Yeah. Guess we won't be going that way.
Can't even do that jump though. I don't know if that's how I'm meant to get up here, you know, because I can sort of break the game physics a lot. Yeah, I did. I literally should have climbed up from over there, but no, game physics. I don't play by their rules.
Looks like some kind of meeting room. That door on the other side's locked.
There's no...
Ooh, sorry.
Anzu.
The Zero Dawn terraforming system, the brainchild of Dr. Elizabeth Sobek. Empowered by 9 subordinate functions, Gaia, the core of the system, is capable of advanced planetary engineering, an obvious advantage to our space colonization efforts. Operation Phase 1. Establish an asset within Project Zero Dawn. Status complete. Phase 2. The asset will secretly beamcast a complete copy of Gaia and her subordinate functions to this facility's data center. If all goes well, Zero Dawn staff will remain completely unaware of the transmission. Risks. Discovery of this operation could result in Zero Dawn withholding the already negotiated Apollo database. Special care must be taken not to alert Travis Tate, the expert hacker in charge of Hades Protocol. In addition, extreme caution must be exercised in regards to Dr. Sobek herself. As one of the world's preeminent technologists, she may have instituted unforeseen security measures. A complete assessment is attached. This concludes the executive summary.
Assholes. Try to steal it.
I thought Elizabeth sent the backup here, but she didn't. Far Zenith stole Gaia.
Aloy? Why does that woman look like you?
It's okay, Pearl. We look alike because we're the exact same. Genetically identical.
But she was one of the old ones. How can you be her?
Because I wasn't born. I was made. By a machine.
Someone didn't play the first game.
It's why I'm motherless, why I was cast out as an infant.
I don't understand. What kind of machine can make a person?
Remember when I said the backup is like a set of instructions? It's more than that. It's called Gaia. And for a long time, she cared for the world until she had to destroy herself. So she made me to bring her back. I'm the only one who can. And this place is my last hope.
You once said the goddess spoke to you when you went into All-Mother Mountain. Was that this Gaia?
Yes, but she's not the goddess, Laurel. There isn't one.
How can you be sure? It sounds like she anointed you with a sacred task.
I've had a lot of time to figure this out. And you will too, with the focus. But for now, the report said they were going to store the stolen copy of Gaia in the data center. So that's where we have to go. Okay?
God damn it, Link, I'm trying to watch the cutscenes. Just because I don't respond to your question doesn't mean that that was the answer. And I'll have you know, I don't have one.
Huh. Look at that. Aloy, over here. I found something you could use.
Lie. Looks like a
Weapon.
drone.
Thanks, Laurel. We should keep moving.
Like I just hands it to me. I cannot shoot. Frost blast sling. Ooh. Blast slings launch bombs that affect large areas. The weapon fires frost bombs, using them against enemies to build up the brittle state. While in brittle state, enemies are more vulnerable to impact damage. Sweet! Now I can cheese everything again. How have you been today, Link? The monster hunting going well?
Down here.
Ooh. I have been sat for 16 hours. Well, I haven't been sat for 16 hours. But it took 16 hours for this download to finish, and it's definitely worth it. 100 gigabyte big game.
It's heading in the same direction we're going. Great.
I wonder if it knows.
Another one of those machines. I could try out that new weapon on it.
Let's do that, why not? Oh, hello. Ooh.
I can do more damage to it while it's little.
I like the sound effects. I think my iframes have been reduced, you know, that's why it hurts so much.
Machine couldn't take the cold.
Again, it's a lot weaker than I remember, but that's only because I'm not endgame. That's gross.
Delvers. And a lot of acid. That big machine must have attacked as they tried to escape.
They didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, there's still a lot I need to get back into the swing of using in this game. Mostly like, because I'm so used to it just being an instant freeze and things like that because of my stacks.
Yeah. All those places I've been these last few months, there were supposed to be more backups. But 1,000 years ago, a guy named Ted Pharaoh purged them all.
Was he part of Far Zenith too?
No. He was worse.
He was just a huge asshole. I feel like there's a battle here. Oh, that's nice. It gives me a prompt every time there's a grapple point. So I don't have to just keep running around spamming X until I get somewhere. That's a shame. I like spamming X. It always gets me into where I want to go, climbing vertical cliffs and whatnot. And that's not using grapple. That's just by jumping. I feel a boss fight coming on.
That big metal thing looks like the ship we saw back in the auditorium. Imagine going up to the stars with that.
I wonder if the whole "oh, the ship exploded in space" thing is just a cover-up so that because Elizabeth found out they stole Zero Dawn.
Or Osram. Machines tore right through them.
Machines patrolling ahead.
We can tag them in the focus to keep track of them.
Getting immersed, you know. Gotta keep it quiet. Button. I didn't realise how long it takes to set up these traps, but that's because I never really used them. Oh, they're actually following each other. I mean, that worked. Just got a straight up kill. Nope. There's another one. Oh! Little bugger's hiding in there. Oh yeah. Whoops. I like the little discharge noise it makes when I land a hit on its scanner. It's a nice touch.
Okay.
Nice little touch.
How to get out of here?
Machine ripped right through the wall.
The enemies are so close to
There's a ladder
one-shotting
in the
me.
back.
I'm literally 8 health up from a death on the next hit. But then this is what playing the last game on this difficulty was like. Just gotta suffer through the difficult to get to the bit where it's manageable. Woo. Look right at it. An ancient toothpick. Was that the keys? Or the other thing? I have a stash. I need to remember in this game though to kill as many animals as I come across. Because that was something I never did in the last game. Because, you know, it was sort of like, I won't need it, I don't use this weapon enough, and it turns out, like, I didn't change weapon enough, which made fighting certain machines harder. So this time, I think we're going to make sure to get as many ammo pouch upgrades as possibly, so that it's not as difficile. I don't know why I started using the Spanish
So tell me
terms.
something.
Why not?
Sona was really okay with you not going back to the Sacred Lands?
As the Nora war chief, she understood why I was obligated to follow you. But as my mother, she wasn't pleased.
Is she ever pleased? I don't think I've seen her smile.
Me neither.
I really wish this game had a legacy thing, so some of the choices that you made carried over into this. But I can sort of understand why, because so far, everything they've referenced is how the story exactly went in the first game. And I mean, let's be honest, the first game, the choices you made, or the times you could choose dialogue options really didn't make any difference. Oh, it's a snake.
3 of those things. And if they slaughtered all those Oseram, we'll never get through to the data center.
There's no way to slip past them. They're too tough to fight head on.
We could find a settlement. Convince some hunters to help us.
That would take weeks, and we don't have that kind of time. Maybe all we need is that shuttle to fall.
That thing? How?
Very good shot.
We'll figure it out. Just wait here.
Aloy.
Trust me.
And there she goes.
And there she goes while she
Over
just
to
stood on
the
the
shuttle
platform.
to figure out how to make it fall into the basin.
I've never dropped a spaceship on enemies before. First time for everything.
If I can make it to that tower, I should be able to find a way across to the shuttle.
Keep it sneaky. Is there 2 of them following each other? It's just the one. I blatantly have a problem in these games because I feel the need to kill everything. But I mean, it's so much fun, and at least then I know if I mess it up, I
Maybe
won't
I should
die.
stick to my spear for now. Save some ammo.
That's a fancy light attack projectile colour thing. Yeah, these enemies are pretty much just on the verge of one-shotting me. Or two-shotting me. Game's like, make sure to use your melee. No. How about you don't suggest things like that?
It's hard to breathe around this stuff.
I see you lurking there. Oh, come on. I turned the auto aim off and try and keep the game as like close to the first one as I possibly could, and it's not helping in the slightest. It's just making me a terrible shot. Oh well, only one way we're going to improve. That's to keep trying. A metal bone. They're actually made into proper, like, anatomical body parts now. Oh, I wonder if that would mean that if the machines were given the time, they'd make, like, metallic humans. So then all it is literally just machines run the planet and there's nothing else. That would have been an interesting sight to behold. But now I need to get better at the stealth. I need to really think about what I'm doing. Kitty wanted to leave. Metagaron only screwed me over because I am rubbish. I chose to play on very hard, so I must suffer through.
There. That ladder can get me up to the tower.
And I mean, let's be honest, if I played on anything less, the game would be really easy.
Okay, there's a rail up there. I think I can reach it if I launch myself off that grapple point. Got it!
That was cool. So if there's a point that's too high, you have to press circle to jump up higher. Nifty. I can tell, though, that this ship is only going to destroy 2 of the snakes, and I'm still going to have to kill the last one. Because otherwise, that would be too easy. That's really interesting. So you know I said about the haptic feedback in this controller? This machine, you can hear it. This structure, you can hear it like swaying in the wind. I can feel that in the controller. It's a shame that's the only thing I can't really show you on stream. Like gameplay-wise and everything, it's fine, but you can't tell what the controller's doing, and the controller's doing some interesting things.
Easy. That was close.
If you overshot it, she would have gone
The
flying.
tower down. On to the next. So all along, there were 3 giant machines killing Oseram and leaving acid everywhere. Great.
Yeah, I didn't take into consideration the fact that these snakes can spit acid.
Well, where to go but up? This place is barely holding together.
I like how the scenery can fall apart. That's a really clever touch to me. Because anything, like, these buildings have been up for 1,000 years, but there's very few things falling apart.
I'll bet there's a control console nearby. If I can release the clamps, the shuttle should fall right into the basin.
This is when it turns out the shuttle itself is its own machine, and it'll get up and start shooting me.
More machines in my way.
Considering that Hades revived all of the Deathbringers, I wonder if there's something of that kind of threat level in this game. Well, there will be, obviously, but it won't necessarily be the Deathbringers this time. Keeping to the sneaky. So that one I can't kill with a single sneak attack. Wrong button. Oh, I actually got the silent strike. He turned around just in time. Oh, hello. You didn't die. They fired off shockwave as it landed. Excuse me?
This place to myself now.
Those are a lot harder to fight than the Scrappers were. The Scrappers were difficult, but not that awkward.
Control console might be in there.
But I definitely feel like this game's very hard is of what the kind of difficulty you'd expect from this, from the top tier difficulty. Like, the enemies don't go down quickly, they pretty much one-shot you. I mean, I don't think I ever had this kind of, like, near-death experience with Watchers and Scrappers. But these ones are really pushing it. But again, it was a very long time since I had the basic level up. Oh no! Really?
The shuttle's caught up in those cables.
And
We're
yet,
gonna have to
the
climb
snakes
tower
are still
to find
there.
a way to disconnect them. Now, how to get up the tower? Scanning with my focus could help here.
The snakes really don't
Pull that
have
beam down,
any
reach off the
worries.
access lift.
They almost had a giant spaceship drop on their head, but it's like, yeah, we're still going to play around with this old jet turbine, jet engine. Because, you know, we're big snakes, we fear nothing.
Gotta climb closer to the shuttle to detach the cables.
I have a horrible feeling by doing this, we're just going to pull the entire facility down on top of us. Right. I'm quite surprised that this game didn't come up with like the settings that some of the other games have been now, where you can like change the difficulty of every aspect of it, like not just combat and puzzles, but everything, like resource management and everything like that. Because it would have been quite interesting to play this game with a harder resource management. I mean, you could argue that resource management comes from how bad of a shot you are.
Creaking doesn't sound good. I'm gonna have to detach those cables quick.
But, yeah. It was like when they made Shadow of the Tomb Raider a couple of years ago, that's where they started putting that difficulty in. I think I played 3 games like that.
Right spot.
And this is that kind of game that would strike me as having it.
Connectors holding the cables together. It should break if I shoot. One down. I just need to climb higher and attach the second set of cables. Scaling an ancient, rickety tower with killer machines waiting down below. Maybe Earl was right. But no turning back now.
I mean, this looks so good. Like, when we get to a stable point, I want to look out over the scenery again. So the ocean's flooded everything. So we're actually higher up than we should be. So all those satellite arrays are stuck in the middle of the water, underwater. So I like the fact that there's a stash.
Almost there.
So the inventory is not going to be as littered with random stuff as it used to be. Like you
There's
pick
the
up
other connector.
maybe 2,000 sticks, you have to start chucking them away. But now it goes straight to a stash. Goodbye. What? This was a very good idea. I only saw 2 of those snakes get squished. One by the jet engine and the other one by a very large rock. Yeah. There's still one left.
Not going anywhere, are you? Finishing this the hard way. I need to take this thing down to get to the data center. I should scan for weak spots.
Good idea, actually.
Okay, where's that weak spot? That sack's full of us. I should target it first.
That sack.
Watch out for that acid.
Oh, so after an attack, the sack becomes exposed. I tell you what, if this thing passage started going through the rock on Hydropine, that would have been pretty cool. That'll do it.
Try spinning at me now!
Not quite what I had in mind, but it works.
Those canisters are exposed now. I should aim for them.
Oh right, so what was corruption in the last game is now acid in this one. Acid arrow is going to be awesome. Which canister is it talking about? The ones on the side of its head or the ones on its belly? God. Glow blast. Oh, I love the hitboxes in this game. Where they're so difficult to land it properly, it's much better. Wow, okay, ice is useless against this thing. I nice little shock wall. Okay, I thought I was actually going to kill it, but nope. You don't like me no more. Oh no, okay. I just got ahead of the game. It's another rather.
Damn it, it broke free! I gotta take this thing down fast. Trap maybe, lost ammo. Or my focus might find something it can use around here.
I am stuck. Wow, these things are a lot more aggressive when they're not bound. Use your focus, you can find something of use, like what? That was just high pressure water. That wasn't great. I would use a lot of, I've used up all my healing. This thing looks so sleek in comparison to the robots from the first game. This is a proper boss fight, though. None of that faffing around like, oh, it's got this weak point, which will just kill it outright. Oh, I thought he was going down then. It's probably going to be done a lot more like efficiently, but it's all I can come up with in my brain. The fact I hit these giant creatures with my melee is just the point at which I ran out of ideas and just got desperate.
It's dead. Finally.
Skill point, more health. Ooh, that's a lot of skill points. You have earned your first skill point. Skill point is a game where leveling up and completing quests and activities. Choose a skill tree by tapping X to open it. I know what it is. Ooh. Okay. So it's a warrior bow, trip casters and rope casters, hunter bow and bolt blasters, blast slings and shredder gauntlets, sharp shot bows, and spike throwers. Ooh. So depending on your weapon choice, it will like be helped by your skill tree. I think I want to go down this one then. So what's this? Boss you resolve and deal more damage with ranged weapons for a limited time. This is a Valor Surge. Learn all 3 connected skills to automatically unlock it. Equip a Valor Surge to use it. Valor Surges are powerful special abilities that require a build-up of Valor to use, and Valor through various actions in combat, like removing opponents, targeting weak points, and defeating enemies. Each skill tree offers different Valor Surges that provide unique advantages. This is a passive boost that can be recognised by its circular shape. Skills in this category provide a constant increase to your basic capabilities. Learning passive boosts multiple times increase their benefits. Outfits and weeds can also improve their effects. Oh, does that mean I have armor sets? High volley? This is going to be a very interesting way to play. And there's a triple notch. Well, we know what we're going straight for. Next, we're going to go deep concentration, high volley, triple knock. Oh, this is going to be really interesting to play. Because it's not just going to be a case
The
of
data
you...
center should be straight ahead.
Not just going to be a case of
We're gonna have to
using
find another way there.
everything the same as everyone else. Like, it could turn out that even for playing on very hard, I could do really well with the melee skill sets. That would be tasty. But because I like using the war bows, the really big long bows, I'm probably better off doing the stealth tree. But upgrading in the stealth tree will literally just be pity on myself. I can do it if they can't see me. I can't hide, so I will do this anyway. I really enjoyed that fight against the snake. Because they could have just been like, oh, it's almost dead. Literally the first half of the fight is stunned and the other half you have to actually... It's actively trying to kill you. Oh! A coil blaster. Oh my god. Oh! I wish I found that. It fires arc bolts. Okay. New heavy weapons. I'm interested. I mean, in the first game, my favourite heavy weapon was the basic just death gun. The Deathbringer weapon. Nothing fancy, just the Gatling gun. And it was
Once I get the
effective.
backup, I can reboot Gaia. Fix the system, heal the blight. Restore Elizabeth's dream.
This was a very short game.
But is it still there?
Oh, I feel like Horizon Zero Dawn didn't have much in the way of boss fights.
I'm close.
Like, every now and again you'd fight a large monster, but they were all part of the side stories. I think the only time you ever fought a proper boss was when you did the corrupted Thunderjaw. I would love to know more about the lore of this game, but there's a lot of reading to be done. So apart from the corrupted Thunderjaw and your two Deathbringers, apart from them, everything else was pretty much just an optional thing. So that's a good sign that that snake was a genuine boss fight.
Please be here.
Where you're obviously undergeared, but you still have to do it. That's a boss fight to me. Just giving them a large health pool doesn't do anything. Unless they actually are difficult.
It's here.
Gaia version 6.9. Initializing.
But this won't be the finished.
Hello.
This won't be the finished one.
Hi. Elizabeth?
She knew.
Travis Tate.
Now, what's this we got here? A Farzian's conspiracy to steal a copy of Gaia? And her subordinate functions? Naughty, naughty. You want me to handle this, Liz?
Of course he'd know.
Blasphemers, brood of vipers, with a mighty hand I smite and pour troubles upon you. This ain't no copy of Gaia you stole, you losers. But it's the mother of all logic bombs. So good luck repairing your data. And next time you start thinking you can outsmart a Tate, remember my salute.
I mean, there was absolutely no way having the best hacker in the world didn't have a contingency for theft.
Aloy? The goddess.
There is no goddess. I told you that already. That's not Gaia. It's not what I'm looking for. It's nothing but a fake.
I got it.
Varl, I'm sorry.
You have a sharp bite sometimes, you know? But it was pretty amazing to see you fly off that tower and blow up the entire basin.
The thing is, there's going to be more of that. I'm out of leads, Varl. But I have to keep searching. And fast. And whatever risks I have to take, I will. And it doesn't make sense to have someone with me. Someone who might get hurt. This is on me, Varl. Nobody else.
Hold on. Before, in Meridian, you said there was a man who helped you. Silence. You said you used to talk to him a lot about things you discovered from the old world, things no one else understands. And he gave you the lance you used to defeat Hades.
He's gone, Varl. I haven't heard from him since the battle against Hades.
Sure, but Spy Master Murad back in Meridian, he's good at finding people, isn't he?
Varl,
Come on, it might work. Plus, you'll get to see some friendly faces again.
We're heading back to the
Okay.
Embrace.
I guess it's worth a shot.
We've got a long walk ahead.
Actually, I've got a better idea.
I like him. I was not expecting to be here again in this game. I thought we were going to go straight west.
By the sun, it's true. She's come back.
Bless us. The savior of Meridian has returned.
You earned this welcome. You saved them.
Not yet.
In the name of the Sun King of Vard, a royal welcome for the champion.
Make way.
Murad, Aloy has an urgent matter to discuss.
Does she? That makes two of us. I've sent forth hunters for weeks. The sun fall all the way to the sacred land, searching for you. Something happened at the spire. Come. I'll show you. Watch your step. You saved us all, to be sure, but we're still cleaning up the mess. It happened right after the solstice. We were able to explain it away, thank the sun. Otherwise, it might have caused a panic.
Origin point of the storms? Got a statue and everything.
One night, for less than half a minute, it glowed an angry red. From Meridian, it looked like a trick of the light. But those who were closer, atop the light, said it could not have been a reflection. Much to my dismay, they said the light rose up from the tower's base. From that. We left everything just as it was.
What do you think happened?
I don't know. The Spire's supposed to send out signals, messages, for the terraforming system.
But Hades tried to use it to wake up ancient war machines.
I was sure I got the connection to that thing. Wait here while I check it out.
Let us know what you find.
It'd be cool if in this game I get to choose a different weapon over the spear. Or at least get to change the blade or edge or something, so it's like a heavy weapon or a lighter weapon.
I don't know. Looks the same as before. Never could pull this thing out of... What? Transmission.
Oh. What has he done?
No, he wouldn't. He couldn't. Something was transmitted from the top of the spire. I guess I have to find a way up there.
So the master control didn't override him. He literally, Silence used it to take control.
Maybe I can jump to that ledge behind me.
So when he escaped the orb at the end of the first game, it wasn't because it managed to get away, but that Silence programmed programmed his spear to transmit the data. Oh, you sneaky bastard.
There we go.
So what is he doing? It's like my sister said, he hasn't got anything to achieve apart from the end of the world.
Cross over to the spire.
Because he lives on the world and he doesn't want
Looks
to
like I
die.
can use my pullcaster on that.
Because Silence doesn't want the world to end, but he obviously doesn't want it to be saved. So what's he up
I thought
to?
Silence was helping me when he gave me his lance. It looks like he tricked me. It transmitted something through the spire. Did he save Hades? Why would he do that?
Well,
If I can figure out where he sent it, I can track him down.
I suppose by
Hopefully the
destroying...
transmission node at the top will tell me. Looks like this panel's ajar.
I suppose by destroying Hades would cause more problems than it would solve. Really?
An elevator? Let's see.
Destroying Hades would stop the end of the world protocol, but it wouldn't stop anything that's broken.
Lucky day.
Engaging maintenance configuration.
The whole thing is opening up. Wonder what the Karja will make of this.
Don't like it. So there's probably one of these at every corner of the globe.
There's the note. Somewhere to the far west. Bastard.
Well, Aloy, I see you finally figured it out. To be honest, I'm surprised it took you so long to discover my ruse.
You rigged the lance to steal Hades. How could you be so reckless?
Reckless? You're the one who tried to purge Hades before its precious knowledge could be extracted. The mysterious signal that woke it, for example. Or why to obtain one of those Gaia backups you've been having such a hard time finding.
If you knew, why didn't you just tell me?
I've been having problems of my own these past 6 months, Aloy. The difference is, I've made progress. So once your anger at my entirely necessary deception has faded, why don't you come out here and find me in the Forbidden West and learn all that I've discovered?
Oh, I'll come find you, all right.
Yes. Well, the coordinates make it simple enough. Even for you.
You're such a dick.
There's no other choice. Better let Varl and Murad know what I found.
So whatever he's doing...
Is that a statue of me? That's... new. I guess I should be flattered by the statue. It feels wrong. Especially when my job's only half done.
Silence is a really good anti-hero, or whatever he's considered.
You went inside it, and it transformed, almost like the day of the battle.
I can only be grateful that it's a stormy day. Few will have seen the tower change from Meridian. What did you discover?
Hades. The danger didn't end here. It went into the Forbidden West. And I have to follow.
I see. That can be difficult. The West is called Forbidden for a reason. A tribe of ferocious warriors controls much of it, the Tanakh, and they allow no trespassers past its border. That said, under the Sun King of Ard, a fragile peace has been negotiated, and indeed, the next embassy will take place in a day or two on the edge of the frontier. Were you to attend the gathering under his auspices, the Tanakh might grant right of passage, instead of hunting you and attacking on sight.
They'll do that anyway.
Right, just what I need. More killers.
The Sun King.
Doesn't sound too pleased about that. What's happened while we've been gone?
Aloy, it's good to see you. You left in such haste. We never had a chance to properly thank you.
Can we show the champion the spear now? Please?
Itamin, quiet.
It's true. We bear gifts. Decorum usually calls for a ceremony of offering at the palace, but I thought you would prefer a less formal occasion. Bring them, please.
Avad, this is all very kind, but I... Who's it? Vanasha.
Quick, better hand them over before she runs off again.
Really? Must you?
Oh, that's nice.
Try it on.
It's beautiful.
On behalf of all the citizens of the Sundom, may these tokens remind you of our eternal gratitude.
That's a nice spear.
Perhaps you'd like to spend more time with your friends. Come speak to me when you're ready to depart.
That explains why there's no legacy, because it's all as long as
I
if
need to
you
attach
did
the
everything.
master override to my new spear. Should be a workbench around here I can use.
Itamin.
Dowager Queen Nasadi.
Blessed champion. Itamin, what do you say?
My humblest thanks to you, great champion, for delivering my mother and me from Sunfall, and for defending our holy city against the forces of Shadow. Did I say right?
You said it fine. Itamen. And you're welcome.
Champion, will you teach me how to shoot like a real machine hunter?
Itamen.
I have to go on an important mission, Prince.
To save the world?
Something like that. But when I come back, I could give you a few tips. It would be an honor.
She's a lot less
you
cold.
Our lives, champion, and we will not forget. May the sun light your way.
Watch out for Thunderjaws, champion.
Too soon, kid. Too soon. Yeah, she feels a lot less cold in this game to all the other NPCs. Only Silence, but I mean, he deserved it. Oh, what's this?
It's part of the Deathbringer we defeated.
I think it got buried
This
quickly.
machine was the last line of defense for Hades. It dragged the orb up here and then nearly killed me, but it's just a piece of scrap now.
I like all of these little points of interest, especially around here.
The sculptor wanted something even bigger, twice the size, covered in gold and jewels. But I was quite certain you wouldn't appreciate that.
You were right. I'm sorry, Avad. It's good to see you, but I can't stay long.
I see. I'd hoped you'd remain in the city for a time. Perhaps at the palace.
Meridian's still in danger, but it's bigger than that. To put things right, I have to go west. To Nox territory.
By the sun, that's a Noct? Well, perhaps Murad already told you, but after years of hostility, we've negotiated a truce, in hopes of a lasting peace. Another embassy will be held in just a day or two.
When you say years of hostility, I assume you mean the Red Raids?
Ah, yes. My favorite subject.
I wouldn't ask if I didn't need to know.
As you know, my father raided all the border tribes. The Asurum, Banuk, and Nora suffered greatly, resisting as best they could. But none fought back like the Tenakth. They rose up and assaulted our western front at Barren Light, sweeping us from their lands. Getting them to talk to us again after that was tricky.
What makes this coming embassy so special?
Well, just like today, it is special because of the guest. Our delegation will meet with the Tenakth just outside Barren Light. We'll give them treasure, and they'll return a prisoner. Fashav, one of our finest soldiers.
Soldier? Don't you mean raider?
No, not in this case. Fashav is my cousin, nothing like Helis and his ilk. He joined the Western expedition with the hopes of reining in certain excesses. But he was captured during a heroic defense of our forward base at Cinnabar Sands, and has been held ever since.
How did you get the Tenakth to talk again after the war?
The same way I got you to talk. By giving gifts.
The Tenakth like tiaras?
More like medals, spices, and relics looted during the fighting. We've met with them on several occasions, and the gifts seem to have eased the tension. But this coming embassy is the most important yet. The best sign we've had so far that the Tenakth want lasting peace.
Your cousin, Fashav. How long has he been a Tenakth captive?
5 years? Tenakth emissaries swear he is well, but I wonder. That tribe is renowned for its brutality. How did he survive?
In their leader.
Well, I'll know soon enough. If you see him before I do, tell him that I await him in Meridian, where he belongs.
If I see him, I will.
If they favoured brutality during his defence, if he was like overly savage, I reckon they wouldn't have killed him out of respect more than out of fear.
Itaman looks happy.
They went for the capture more than the kill.
You got him out of Sunfall. Any happiness he has, he owes to you. He's turning into a fine young man, which he'll need to be if he's to inherit the crown.
Wouldn't the crown go to a son of yours first?
Yes, well, I'd have to get married for that to happen. Murad keeps throwing noble matches at me. But I find I'm always trying to make them into someone they're not.
He's dropping some hints.
At any rate, I never aspired to the throne, and I don't wish to sit there forever. When Itaman comes of age, I hope to step aside. Free of the crown. I might finally be able to travel the world. Who knows? Perhaps even accompany you on one of your adventures.
You make it sound easy.
He hasn't got the proper training.
I need to get going.
One moment, Aloy. There's something I must ask you. Since you left, I've thought of little else.
This isn't really the time.
But it has to be. The way you left before, there's no way to know when I'll see you again. I'm not trying to stop you, or hold you back. But I need to know. When your mission is over, will you return to Meridian? And stay? Long enough for us to spend time, to get to know each other properly, perhaps.
Ooh.
I do hope to see Meridian again, Avad. And you. But this mission, it's my life. It's all I can think about. I have to stay focused. What happens after? I can't imagine that. I wouldn't know where to begin.
Well, if that place were to end up being Meridian, know that you will always receive a boundless welcome here. Tend to your mission, Aloy. I will hope for your success, and look forward to your return.
I'm really going to strive to do the choice cutscenes like that in a more thoughtful manner, instead of just, they're being a dick to me, so I'm going to be nice to them kind of thing. I'm going to be like, if they're a dick to me, I'm being a dick back. If the situation calls for it.
Remnants from the Battle of the Elite. We were almost overrun by the machines Hades controlled. But we pushed through.
I want to go back home and talk to Rost again.
Looks like a memorial. Honoring those who fell in the Battle of the Elite. Lots of brave people defended this place from Hades.
Let's greet him.
An honor to make your acquaintance, Savior.
I like how this game is not like a proper hero story. You are literally just...
this place.
You're literally just a problem, and then you make yourself useful. I have almost destroyed the world because I found Hades.
Entire city guards just watching while Ostrom set their capital straight.
Who else do I need to talk to? I don't seem to have many friends here.
All you hammerheads. First one to start singing gets slapped.
I feel like the Osram aren't getting a fair trade in this, you know? They're still the architects. This is the longest I've had to explore this place. Last time I was here, I was in a fight. Talk to my friends, modify my spear. I do like that there's that kind of chatter, you know, where everyone's just talking amongst themselves while you're here. They're not like absolute silence while you're walking around. Gives it a bit more life, which is really nice.
There, the workbench. Uthid, Fanasha, thanks for being here.
Wouldn't miss it, even if you did leave us hanging after the big battle.
Vanasha, stop. She's here now, isn't she?
For the moment. But I see that look on her face. She's got business to attend to, and it isn't in Meridian.
You know, I didn't vanish before because I wanted to. I had...
No, Huntress. Please. You don't have to justify yourself to us. You saved our butts. If you've got to go, go. With our blessing.
Always.
You both look like you're doing well.
Mr. Shiny Pants here is now the Sun King's senior military advisor. That means people actually have to listen to him talk? May the sun bless their sorry souls.
At least I say something of substance every once in a while.
What was that? I just fell asleep while you were talking.
And how about you, Vanasha?
I've been looking after Nasadi and Edaman. 2 parts bodyguard, 1 part...
Bad influence.
Huh. I was gonna say nanny, but I like your version better.
I like the chemistry between these characters.
I never pictured you as a nanny. Edaman must be special.
Hold on now. I'm not entirely domesticated. Nasadi was the Mad Sun King's wife. She has enemies. I've had to foil a plot or 2.
Right. You can try to hide it, but inside, you're as soft as a silk pillow.
Oh, you have no idea.
Huh? Oh dear.
We were talking about Edaman?
Yeah. Okay, I admit it. Edaman's cute. He's fun. And he looks up to me. I like him. Except when he forgets to wash his hands after hooking worms in that muddy garden behind his solarium. Blech.
It's been months since I was in Sunfall. What's become of the Shadow Karja?
After you wiped out the eclipse, there were hardly any priests or officers left to terrorize the little people.
Avad offered amnesty to all who were forced to serve the Shadow. So the commoners cleaned out the citadel and handed it back to him. The Sundom was unified.
Avad wanted Uther to take command of the garrison there, but Captain Cuddly here refused. Rumor has it that he wanted to stay close to me here in Meridian.
That's nonsense, of course.
I'm glad I took the time to finish the first game so close to the second game's release.
I know. You're out. Go! Away with you.
Always an honor, champion.
Always a pleasure. But please, little Huntress, come back someday and tell us about your adventures. If I can't get in trouble, at least I can hear about yours.
Yeah, I'm glad I finished the first game so close to the second one's release, so that I know all of this, and I'm not like, I don't remember that. I just don't. But no, it's good, because I'm like, oh yeah, she was the person, the spy who helped me get him out. I can't remember much about Uthid. He was sort of one of those that's just... It's just sort of there. I can't remember what his relevance was, apart from being ex-Shadow. What? Install the Master Override and a new module to enable the build-up and release of kinetic energy in combat. Requires the Resonator Blast skill to use. That thing's now a ranged weapon as well as a melee weapon.
Master Override installed. Plus, something new. To store up and release energy.
That's nuts.
Resonator. Should help in a fight.
If it does the Iron Man charge up noise, that's going to be awesome. But I'm liking the versatility of all these weapons. Even after all of that, I did 5. These take ages to bring down. I mean, this is good practice on a stationary target that doesn't fight back without any sort of means to hurt me back. So yeah, this is going really well fighting these training dummies. That's the thing, like the training dummies don't accurately... Like, I don't have a problem aiming on stationary targets. It's the moving targets that I have a problem with. Put them on a rail, you know, give them a bit of mobility.
Aloy, are you finished with your friends, or do you need more
There's
time?
only so much training dummies can teach you.
I better get going. And if I'm headed west, it sounds like I'll need rite of passage from the Tenakth, as you said. Where exactly is this embassy going to be held?
Past the Daunt, the canyon that marks the western border of the Sundom. You'll find the fortress of Barren Light at its farthest edge. The embassy will take place just beyond its gates. It's a long march, a fortnight on foot.
A couple of days hard riding should get us there.
Actually, it might be better to rest here tonight. Head out in the morning.
Of course. I'll arrange it.
Is this game actually two-player? Is this actually co-op? You're just waiting for him to fall asleep. Okay, so this game is not co-op. She abandoned Vard. Well, thing is, she can leave without him, but he knows where she's going. So it doesn't quite work, you know?
Has grown so somber. These words don't seem like mine, but the iron won't subside. No matter what I try. And my raindrops.
Weird the robots don't attack me on sight anymore, even in this cutscene. This looks brilliant, like the graphics and the lighting and all the shaders. It's just so good. I wonder if there's going to be like sandstorms and stuff. But then I suppose there wasn't in this one, so in the first one. Works so well with all the particle effects. It's interesting that there isn't any civilization between here and Meridian. But there's literally no settlements. Unless because of the Red Raids, of course.
Sparks to steel. Ha. Never seen anyone use one of those to get around.
Is that how I get to Barren Light?
Yes, I mean usually, but not today. Not yet.
And why is that?
Well, the Daunt. The whole valley. It's infested with machines.
I can handle machines.
Oh, I'm sure you can, but I'm under strict orders not to operate until the whistle down at Chainscrape sounds the all clear.
Look, I didn't come all this way just to stand around and wait. I'll crank that car down myself if I have to.
Well, but then who would crank it back up? Fine, fine. Though, should anyone ask, it might be best to say you forced me.
So this is where I'm guessing I'm going to get the trophy, reach the daunt. So
smoke,
that is now my tree.
Smoke.
There's a thing going on where I can't remember the name of the company, but for every player that gets it reach the daunt achievement, they plant a tree in for you in your stead. So I now have planted my tree, or have had my tree planted. This is a weapon technique can be recognized by its pentagonal shape. Skills in this category unlock a powerful new ability for all weapons in their class, which weapon techniques you use up weapon stamina, which generates over time. Looking forward to getting that next level. How many machines? Bloody hell, there's a lot of machines.
Probably coming from something the machines wrecked. As for the quiet, well, there's a work stoppage in effect because of all the fuss.
What sort of machines are causing the trouble?
Nasty ones and lots.
If you want to put your piece in to get your tree planted, you need to have this done by, I think it's 22nd of March. That's when the achievements time frame runs out. So you got to think how many people are going to buy this game, get the achievement because it's pretty much finished the tutorial, and then there's a tree planted.
Bristlebacks, they're called. The strangeness is, they're not native to the Dodge. Just showed up all of a sudden.
No hunters to kill them?
Well, we've got hunters, just none that want to cross Ulvund. Boss of Chainscrape. He is self-appointed. Work stoppage was his idea.
What's that?
Yeah, well, I'm just passing through. Got an embassy to attend.
You should have said. That ain't gonna happen no time soon.
What are you talking about?
Hear that? That's your answer.
Who is that?
Karja Sun Priest. Cranked him down yesterday, about an hour before the machine trouble started. He's a very important man, or so he says. That embassy at Barren Light, he's the one supposed to run it.
Great.
If you don't do as I say immediately, the Sun King himself shall hear of your insolence. Thanks to you, I was forced to spend the night shivering in the tent, exposed to attack. I might have died. Oh, me you refuse to transport, but not this... what? This Nora girl? This savage? Besides, scallywag.
Wadis. That's Aloy.
He's such a dick.
Wadis?
Aloy, you know, savior of Meridian.
Really? Well, that lessens the insult, I suppose.
I came here for the embassy at Barren Light. Way I hear it, so did you.
Well, not with the valley infested.
God, I hate these emissaries.
And so did Ahriman. Proclaim the Sun Priests most precious and worthy of safekeeping. See? Scripture. I shall head to Barren Light when the captain of the Vanguard tells me the way is clear, and not a moment sooner.
Fine. Captain's a friend of mine, you know? Where is Erend? Wouldn't mind speaking to someone a little more action, a little less scroll.
Wadis.
Studious Wadis.
Just backhand him.
Studious. Wadi sent Aaron and another vanguard out at daybreak to clear the way.
And so, at daybreak...
Hey! Down the valley then?
Yeah, said they checked the ruins on the left bank for tracks. Take it from there.
Okay. I hear there's a work stoppage. Any way to upgrade my gear?
I'll bet the smith and chain scrape would let you use his workbench. As for the bristlebacks, you might want to craft some acid arrows. Hitting their canisters with those will take them down quick.
Thanks. I'll find Aaron and I'll bring him back.
Acid arrows.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
What, to the top of the ridge? To wait in safety?
Sorry. Operator's under strict orders. No passengers till the whistle blows, right?
That's right. Best start cranking.
Why? Why?
Jorf, would you kindly escort Studious to Chain Scrape and wait for me there?
You got it.
Oh, I hate
I
that
will
guy.
find Aaron, and I will help clear a path. But after that, no more excuses. Barren Light. Embassy.
If such be the will of the sun.
I don't like that Studious, whatever his name is.
Trust me.
I want him to die.
I'll
Oh,
find Aaron. But it might be good to hit Chain Scrape first and upgrade my bow.
there are some NPCs in these games that are the embassy leaders and stuff like that. They are just unbelievably
If you'll
dickish.
excuse me, I need to contemplate.
It's just that he's that kind of guy who thinks he's more important than he actually is, and I want to see him die. He just needs to not. He just needs to die. Right then. Jesus Christ. Whoa! Is this the map? That's like twice the size of the first game. Jeez! Yeah, Barren Light's literally there. And then that's all of the Forbidden West. Right then, let's start exploring and seeing what we can find. Fire Fanghorn. Maybe I should go to that one, Chain Scrape, first. Make the arrows and things to make things a little bit easier. Because I could spend time exploring, but then if there's those bristlebacks, I don't know what they're going to be like fighting without an acid arrow, if that's what's recommended. So I probably best to do that first.
Those machines must have torn through this camp. This valley definitely isn't safe.
Watching that little sneaky one try and get in the bush with me. I feel like I'm getting more XP a kill now. I wonder if they didn't allow you to get that nuts triple knock perk too early, so then you have to actually earn it.
The extra stock for later.
Because I mean, triple knock in the first game was incredible. It made inflicting status ailments and killing the machines a lot more easy. So I'm kind of makes sense why they capped off your level gains. This one's going to come forward. I was going to say, I can override this, can't I? Nope, I haven't hit the cauldron. Oh, I'm looking forward to doing some cauldrons again, though. Because, I mean, that cauldron in the first game with the Thunderjaw at the end of it, that was an interesting one. Literally nowhere to move, and I just had to try and take it down. I mean, I never really had a problem fighting Thunderjaws. It was really exciting. I really loved it. But trying to move out the way of this one in a room no bigger than a bloody plaza.
Gemstone. It's green like blaze, but it's hard and shiny.
Green shine silver.
I wonder if merchants would be interested.
You have found a piece of green shine, a rare and valuable resource. Hidden all over the world, green shine can be used for upgrading certain weapons and outfits or trading with specific merchants. Ah, so I'm guessing blue gleam equivalent? I literally just want to upgrade my bow, get the acid arrows, then we'll go exploring. See what we can find. There is acid.
Dead machine.
Nice.
It must be a bristleback. Maybe Errand took it down?
I like the inclusion of acid. And there's a quest
Drake
here.
said I could get my bow upgraded in there. Might be able to tinker with my other gear too.
I think, in all honesty, I enjoyed killing the snake.
That's the savior.
More than I did killing the... I probably enjoyed killing the snake more than I enjoyed killing the sawtooth.
Welcome to Chainscrape, savior.
Open up, guys. Jorv's orders.
Good enough for me.
I like how they were willing to push me away.
By the forge.
It's Petra!
Petra?
I remember her.
Aloy.
She gave me the first
What are you
taste of my
doing
favorite
here?
weapon.
About time there was something worth looking at in this dump.
It's nice to see you too.
And not a moment too soon. Come on. Damn brewery's the only thing I can count on in this place.
Yeah, I heard. Machines, work stoppage.
Oh, those are just the latest malfunctions. Chainscrape's always been a few tools short of a kit. And right there is the biggest tool of all.
Our land, not our problem. The bristlebacks are everybody's problem.
Roland?
You've heard of him.
Yeah.
But he's a story best told over a cold beer.
Petra. I'm just passing through. I'm headed west.
Oh.
There's an embassy at Barren Light I need to make happen, and then I keep moving.
Ah. Of course. Bigger gears to grind. Well, Flamehair, good to see you. You've got to move on.
Petra.
But if you want a cold beer and a few laughs with an old friend, come find me at the brewery. Your choice.
I want to go with her because I like her. And it's only slightly to do with the weapon she lets me use.
Well, this Olvan guy sounds like trouble. Maybe Petra could use some support. But first things first, I need to find that workbench and upgrade my bow.
So how do I upgrade it so I can use different arrow type? Are you actually like attaching the upgrade?
To work with a hammer in this state.
So how does these upgrades work then? Favored by Nora Hunter's balanced all-purpose bow is best suited for mid-range combat. Can be upgraded to deal great damage and deliver acid payloads. So the first slightly increases the damage of the basic bow with more tear and adds an acid effect for my arrows. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Level 2 further enhances damage and stats effect. And I'll need to borrow a sand shell to unlock a weapon coil. This is going to be so cool. The way that you upgrade them now and not just like, this is your bow, this is what it can do. So this Frost Blastling is nothing but... Well, that's an orange. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. So upgrading my armor also unlocks better perks. So it's not as simple as just this armor's good for melee, this armor's good for range. They all give you a little bit of everything with beneficial perks. So like concentration +1. I don't know what it does yet, but it could be useful. Here we go. The fact that you have to come to a bench for this makes it a little bit easier to like keep up with.
Till Elvin blows that pussy.
An ammo that deals acid damage is now available in your inventory. Use your focus to scan enemies and see if they are weak to acid. Hitting enemies with acid will build up to the corroding state. Once in this state, an enemy's armor takes damage over time and has reduced damage resistance. Shoot acid canisters with acid arrows to detonate them and trigger a large elemental explosion. Ooh! This is going to be good.
Shop looks closed.
Yep.
Can I still use the workbench?
I ain't gonna stop you.
Cool. Good talk. This is your stash. It can be found in every settlement, as well as many other locations throughout the world. When you gather items beyond your carrying capacity, excess items will be sent to your stash. From here, you can retrieve items individually or restock all your resources by holding square. By upgrading your pouches out the workbench, you can increase your carrying capacity. So I should... Oh, that's neat. So, with every time I pick up all my things, so now I'm completely full on branches. When I pick up branches, they just come here.
Seriously?
Oh, that means I won't be wasting resources anymore. I like that. I like that a lot. That was always a problem, was, oh, I needed more this and that, but I can't carry it without dropping this. So it's limited the amount I can craft on the fly, but it hasn't limited how much I can actually carry, so that's good.
What happened to you?
That damn mine is what happened to me. It won't be the last injury if Olvin keeps shoving those tongs into those tunnels.
What mine?
Northeast of Chainscrape, where the river ends. I told Corvin we should stop when the first cave-in happened, but Olvin probably threatened to cut off our pay. Or worse.
How about you slow down and take me through it? You mentioned you were injured in a cave-in.
Yeah, a couple days ago. That's how I hurt this blasted leg. Corvin and the others were opening a new vein while I was checking on an older one. As soon as their blast hit, the tunnel I was in collapsed. Might have dodged it if I wasn't running on barely a spark of sleep. We were pushing too hard and too fast.
And you're afraid Corvin and the others might not be as lucky if it happens again.
Mm-hmm. Hit the nail right on the head.
How come Olvin's in charge? Don't these mines belong to the Karja?
Try telling Olvin that. He brought in all the backing to get them open. Might as well own them. Fire and spit. You ask him. He owns us as well.
Great.
Who's
Sleeping.
He's their foreman. And a damn good one. The kind that knows how to deal with management when it gets unreasonable. But Olvin... his demands go beyond unreasonable. Corvin's been doing his best to appease him. He even blamed himself for my injury when it was Olvin who ordered the extra shifts.
Sounds like a good guy.
That's why we all put up with the long hours and lousy conditions. But if the whole mine becomes unstable, I'd rather suffer Olvin's wrath than die buried in rubble.
I could check in on your crew if I'm in the area.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
But with the inventory being more manageable now, it's going to be a lot better to make sure to grab everything. So how do I swap arrows? Oh, is it just the old style still? Yes, nothing special. I've just overhealed. Is that permanent extra health now? So that if you overheal using a health potion, that you don't end up wasting it. That's a cauldron. Nice. Looking forward to that. See what big beastie we get from in there. Oh, imagine if I can like a snake already. That'd be great. Oh, big snaky boy, take it and watch it just murder everything in its path.
What do you want, Olvund? Some kind of payment?
My dear magistrate, you think I can be bought? If you want that whistle blown, all you have to do is have your soldiers remove the bristlebacks and sign the concession decree. Face it, what other choice do you have?
Hi.
Savior, what auspicious timing. Might we discuss a matter of importance to the Sundom?
We might. Later.
Very well. I shall be waiting.
So, the savior herself. Walloper of Derval, gutter of youth.
Maybe.
I've heard many tales of your beauty and heroics, my fierce lady warrior. Olvund Freeholder, at your service. So, What could have dragged you away from the fine silks and wine of Meridian to this smudge of a settlement? Your saviorly attention must be needed elsewhere.
I'm here for the embassy and...
The embassy? Why, by the forge. Ah. Greater gears for greater matters. Guess that means you'll be moving on.
Once I've dealt with any problems around here that need my saviorly attention.
Ah, the bristlebacks, of course. Got to get rid of them if you want that embassy to take place. Well, best get to it, hey? And off you go.
Not so fast. You don't seem to have a high opinion of the magistrate?
Well, I refuse to play nice to some fancy-robed parchment pusher when my fellow laborers are being bullied, intimidated, and taken advantage of.
How noble of you.
Noble? Ha! Born with a hammer in hand, I was. Nobody handed me anything or dropped opportunity into my lap. Everything I've achieved, I've done on my own.
And where is this hammer now?
The, burden of leadership forced me to set it aside. The Carja risk nothing, while demanding that good Osseram gamble with their lives out there. Someone had to step up and say no more.
You ordered the work stoppage?
Indeed I did. We're laborers, not soldiers. Until the Carja clean up their mess and give us the fair deal we deserve, I'm not risking Osseram lives.
Fair deal? You mean your concession decree?
It's not my decree. It's on behalf of all the good Osseram laborers of this land who do all the back-breaking work, while only the Carja reap the rewards. All we're asking for is the ability to share in this prosperity for a land worked by the people, for the people.
Right. And just how much would be your share?
Only an amount appropriate to my contributions to this community, of course.
I don't know if you guys could hear it, but every time he was stepping into that doorway, all the words were starting to echo. That's really good sound design because it was dynamic. It wasn't just he's in a room, it echoes. He's outside a room, it doesn't echo. He's actually got that transitional period if they walk around in the cutscene.
If Chainscrape is on Carja land, shouldn't a Carja be in charge? Who appointed you?
The sensibilities of good Osseram folk, of course. You think a Carja can head this whole venture? Ah! The magistrate can barely make the trek from Barren Light without losing a few screws.
So you have no real authority then? People only follow you because you say so. Loudly.
Anyone who has followers has authority. I've been with Chainscrape from the beginning. I mean, I'm practically its founder, and its honest folk know I'm indispensable to its success.
This guy needs to die. It's just, he's that kind of, I'm important because I am.
You said you founded Chainscrape. Somehow I doubt that.
Practically founded, I said. I alone saw its potential when it was just a smattering of tents in Barren Light's shadow. I invested in the mine, convinced some friends back home to do the same, and here we are. You could say Chainscrape is what it is thanks to me.
Oh, so you're not just standing around and profiting off everyone else?
Not at all. Sure, I make a little return on my investment here and there, but my main priority, as it was from the beginning, is to look after the well-being of these honest, working Osseram.
Where's the whistle?
Right in the middle of town, but with the threat out there, I'm not endangering innocent Osseram lives.
I'm going to clear out the bristlebacks. And when I'm done, this valley is going to get moving.
If that's what it takes. Until then, I'll keep looking after the safety of these good folk.
Just be ready to blow the whistle.
I really don't like him. I hope he gets mauled by a bristleback.
Better see what that Carja magistrate wanted. I bet he's in the tavern.
I can't even remember that guy's name because I don't like him that much, but he's a massive, great penis.
Savior, over here. Savior, thank you for taking the time, and my condolences that you had to endure Olvan's bloviating.
I've dealt with worse. It sounds like he's really trying to put you over the barrel.
The idea that the Karja purposely let bristlebacks into the Daunt, it's completely absurd. But the louder and longer he says it, the more support he'll get for his damned concession decree.
How did the bristlebacks get into the Daunt?
No one knows for sure. The first report of them came from west of the quarry. But unless they have wings I don't know about, I don't see how they could have come over the mountains.
No other way in.
The only way I know about is barren light. Look, if you can get to the bottom of this, I can offer a considerable bounty in return. Help me shut Ulvund up.
Yes!
What is this concession decree that Ulvund wants?
He wants the Sundom to designate portions of the Daunt as Oseram holdings. Only the portions, mind you, that produce any value.
Let me guess. Because he stands to profit somehow?
Exactly. With the Daunt under Oseram law, he could secure more investment for their numerous ventures.
He can't get those investments without the concession?
No. Not while there's a chance the Sundom could revoke their access. Hence, why the concession is so important to him. And why blaming the Karja for the bristlebacks, no matter how absurd, works in his favor.
I mean, I could just kill him if you want. That's fine with me.
You get stuck out here.
I asked for the posting, believe it or not. Overseeing the entire valley on behalf of the Sun King? It was an honor. Is an honor, I mean.
But your job would be a lot easier without someone like Ulvund blasting hot air all the time?
Ulvund's not going anywhere. He's been around longer than I have. Even fancies himself the founder of Chainscrape. Now, I'll find a way to live with him. I have to.
You said the bristlebacks were first spotted west of the quarry?
Yes, according to one terrified laborer, said the ground trembled before they came charging down the hillside. He took off and ran all the way here.
Good place to start looking, then.
If you learn the truth, maybe Ulvund will stop blaming the Karja for every problem under the sun, and maybe then he'll actually focus on rebuilding Barren Light instead.
I am very much looking like there are so many variants, so many machines in themselves. This is going to be really interesting with the amount of machines. Because one of the big things for the last game was how you remembering how to fight everything and what to take. And if there's what, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 45, 48 machines with multiple variants, unless of course all of those are the variants, then there's going to be so much diversity in how this game plays out. I have only done 2% of the game completion. That's good. That means it's going to last a while.
Hey, Mildef. I took some of your stew last time I went into the wilds. Kept me going for a week. Felt like I could have put a strider in a sleeper hold. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Sounds like you're serving up some impressive provisions here.
Not again. You can have the discount too, but you'll have to come back later.
I think you have me confused with someone else.
Ulvund didn't send you?
No.
Oh, my apologies. It's just that his minions won't stop pestering me. Now I've even worn out my special grill. Since I'm in the midst of a crisis, perhaps you could skip to what it is you wanted?
Some of your food?
Of course.
He seems genuinely like a nice guy.
Are Ulvund's people causing you problems?
Oh, yeah. They constantly demand my best, but the equipment I need to make my signature dishes isn't built for batch cooking. And don't get me started on the Ulvund discount they feel so entitled to.
And if you refuse?
I make meals. No trouble.
How did you end up in Chainscrape?
Heard about a new and upcoming town at the edge of the frontier. Where there's a town, there's a tavern. I was in need of work. So I got myself out here and started cooking. Some of these people had never tasted proper boars and berries stew before. Anyway, next thing I knew, people kept coming back. Guess they liked my food. Or the ale.
I like him.
Your last customer mentioned your cooking really kept him going out in the wild. Where I'm headed, I could use some of that.
I would be happy to oblige, especially since you have the decency to ask pleasantly. But my special groove griddle is no more. Without it, I can't cook any of my signature dishes. I hate to think what'll happen when I'm forced to refuse Olvin or his goons. Even if I already had the right ingredients, there's nothing I can do. Unless you can source me a temporary replacement?
What do you need?
For the ingredients, a few pieces of decent wild meat, and I'd say a big handful of bitter leaf stems. That'll do. As for the griddle, a corrugated metal panel might suffice until I can have a new one forged. You'd likely find one in a scrounger pile, if you follow the river to the northeast. Don't worry, I'll clean it first. You'll have no issue finding boars and bitter leaf on your way. Assuming you're as much a hunter-gatherer as your clothing suggests.
Thanks, Mildef. I'll keep an eye out.
Sure thing, Mildef.
So that's what gratitude sounds like.
And don't let anyone push you around, okay?
If you say so.
He's really nice. I'm not doing this for the reward, I'm doing it because he's a nice guy. He doesn't need that shit. Right then. Looks like we're heading back on ourselves now that we've got the acid arrow and we're going to do some side quests. Holy moly, look at all these. This inventory, this menu is like twice the size the game was before. It's out of deep trouble and go get this cauldron done. Oh, hang on, what's this?
It's a Tanakh game. Come to revel in some strike, sister? Let me set the board.
I was just passing by.
First timer, huh? Don't worry about it. I'll go easy on you. You got any pieces?
No.
Well, aren't you in luck then? I got an extra set. A Tanakh original straight out of the Forbidden West. Sit. I'll run you through it in a hot spark. I'll give you something special if you win it on my boards, too.
Another mini game.
All right, let's start off simple. The Tanakh like to say that Machine Strike is a game of pure strategy. We each get a set of pieces. Each piece represents a kind of machine, and each machine is worth a different number of victory points. And to win the game, you'll need to gain 7 victory points by destroying the opponent's machines. It can be tricky remembering the details of every machine, so we use these notes to keep track of them. You see that number on the top right corner?
Yep.
That there is how many victory points you'll get for destroying that machine. Notes also tell you how far a piece can move, how powerful their attacks are, the distance they can strike from, and of course, their health. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's just play. I'll explain the rest as we go.
Okay.
I own the board, so I get to choose who goes first. Since this is your first time, I'll let you go. Usually you get to choose which pieces to set on the board, but this will do for now. Pick up that machine piece to your right, and move it forward. And remember, each machine can only move a certain distance. Take a look at your notes if you need a reminder.
Oh.
Easy enough, huh? Now, you get to move 2 machines each round.
Okay.
Perfect. There's not much else to do for now, so just end your turn.
Oh, rotating. This is gonna remind me of Final Fantasy Tactics.
We're forging onwards. Let me.
You want to turn them at an angle so they can't get around the back of them.
Here. And we're back to you. This time, why don't you try attacking one of my pieces? Try with that machine on your right first.
So, that little teardrop looking symbol on the left, so right above me, there, I'm guessing blue is attacking angle and red is flanking angle.
Now move the piece close enough to attack one of my machines. When performing an attack, you'll be testing your machine's combat. A machine's combat power is a combination of the terrain your machine is standing on and its own attack power. This board only has grassland terrain, which has no effect on a machine's combat power, and your current machine has 2 points of attack power. So in total, your machine's combat power equals 2 points. Since my machine isn't the one attacking, it has 0 points of attack power. And just like your machine, it's not affected by grassland terrain.
So there will be
So right
counterattacks.
now, the difference in combat power between the two machines is 2 points. This means your machine can do 2 points of damage to my machine.
I think I pretty much
Did
got
you get
it.
all that?
I think I pretty much understand the entire thing,
Knew you were a smart
but I
one.
have to do the tutorial.
Finish up by attacking my machine. Not pulling any punches, huh?
So I would have gone right. I would
Now
have gone
grab
to the
that
back
second
flank.
machine of yours. See how your machine can't move close enough to attack mine? You can make your machine sprint. That lets it move 1 space further. Try it out. Downside to sprinting is that your machine can no longer attack. Now, some players like to take a risk and overcharge their machine in cases like this. Overcharging lets you attack after a sprint, but it will damage your machine's health by 2 points. So use at your own discretion. Let's try doing that now so you can see what I mean.
So overcharge is pretty much a you're there and you need to do some damage because it's going to heal or get away kind of thing.
That's about it for your turn then. Now, I'll let you in on a neat trick. That machine of yours, the one closest to me, grab a hold of it. Same as in the wilds, machines have both armored points and weak points.
Yeah.
You can see them marked on the pieces. Blue shows where their armor is thickest. Hit them there and you'll do some damage, but not a lot. Now, red shows the machine's weak points. Hit those and you'll deal a mighty blow. Here, let me show you. Rotate that piece so your machine faces mine. Now let that machine have it. Off the board she goes, and there's your first victory points. You don't have... Your machine attacked mine, but hasn't moved yet. Go ahead and move downwards towards my remaining piece. You've already attacked a machine and moved your piece. But if you overcharge your machine, you can attack a second time. And by the look of your machine's health, you'd be sacrificing your piece to defeat mine. But sometimes that can be a good thing. Overcharge your machine to attack mine a second. Ain't that a thrill? Now, because your machine was knocked out at the same time as mine, we both get the victory points our machines are worth. Good news is, since you're the one attacking, you're gonna receive your victory points before I do. Which means you can reach the coveted 7 victory points first. That's why sometimes losing a piece can be the best way to end a game in your favor. Now, you'll notice you didn't get quite up to 7 victory points this time, but you did destroy all my pieces. That means you're the winner!
This is going to be a very interesting
Wasn't
game.
so hard, was it? Just remember to always check for the best terrain to attack from. You'd be surprised the advantage you can gain over an opponent like that. I know it saved my behind in a game or two.
I'll try and remember that.
Oh, before I forget, these are all my spare pieces. I want the Savior of Meridian to have them. It's a small set to be sure, but it should be enough to get you in on any strike games you find out there. You might even fancy looking out for them strike carvers. They've got all kinds of unique pieces that can turn a game in your favor, though they'll need the right materials to craft you one. Or you might find them in the wilds if you're lucky. You know, I've lost my fair share of pieces after a night of machine hunting or brew hopping. No need to thank me. Always a pleasure to help out new strike players.
So there's going to be an achievement to beat every
If you feel
NPC.
like playing a real game, I've got plenty of other boards. I could even teach you a few more tricks if you're up for it.
Thanks. I'll think about it.
You're one step closer to mastering the game of Machine Strike. Yeah, I can tell that the yeah, so defeat all 3 beginner strike players to earn this reward. So yeah, you need to do all of this to get all the skill points, so that's going to extend the game even more. Let's learn the next tutorial.
Ah, I knew I'd make a strike player out of you yet.
I want to do it because it's
How
actually
about
quite
this time
interesting.
I tell you how to use a board's terrain to your advantage. This one's got all the different terrains you can encounter in a game of Strike. Knowing when and how to use them can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Terrain mainly affects your machine's combat power. As you know, when fighting an opponent's machine, you compare its combat power to yours. The higher your machine's combat power, the more damage you can do. So finding the right terrain is an essential strategy for overpowering your opponent. Here, I'll show you. Grab that piece to your left and... Now let's take a look at your machine's combat power. Combat power is the sum of a machine's attack power and the value of the terrain it's standing on. Since your machine is attacking, it's using its 2 points of attack power. It's also standing on forest terrain with a value of 1 point. Add those together and your machine has 3 points of combat power. My machine is standing on grassland terrain with a value of 0 points. It's also not attacking, which means their attack points aren't in play. So my combat power is 0. This means your machine can do 3 points. Go ahead and test it out.
I just keep bringing up the fact that her idle pieces aren't attacking. It's telling me that some pieces will have a counter strategy.
There you go. Now, choosing the right terrain doesn't just improve, it can also help defend your machines from attack. Grab your other piece and place it in front of my second. Since your machine is attacking, it's using its 2 points of attack power. It's standing on grassland terrain. This terrain has a value of 0. This means your machine's combat power adds up to 2 points. My machine can't use their attack power since they're defending their position.
Hello.
But they have the higher ground. They're standing on forest terrain, which is worth 1 point. This means my combat power adds up to 1 point. Now, the front of my machine is colored blue. This means that the spot you're about to attack has armor protecting it, which means my machine gets an extra point, giving it a total of 2 combat power points. If we compare the combat power of both machines, you'll see that you won't be able to do any. Whenever you're unable to top an opponent's combat power, you can still choose to attack and break their machine's defenses instead. Go ahead, try it out and see.
I've sort of already got the gist of how this game works.
See? When you break a machine's defenses, you can knock it backwards. Sure, both our machines will receive 1, but knocking my machine off that terrain makes it more vulnerable to attack. Not only that, if my machine had been blocked from moving, it would have received an extra point of damage. And if my machine had been blocked by another one of that machine would have received damage as well. That's why breaking a machine's defenses is to deal damage to several pieces. Useful, right? Okay, now go. There's still one more thing I want to show you.
Let's go over this tutorial now. I do understand.
All right, as we've seen, the higher the terrain, the more it'll add to your machine's combat power. However, there are 2 other terrains that work a little different. This is what we call a chasm. Only flying machines can be placed on them, but it'll take away 2 combat points if you do. So this is marsh terrain. Landing on it will take away 1 combat power point. It'll also keep your machine from moving for the rest of... Here, let me show you. Grab that machine on... See? All you can do now is wait for your next turn to move again. Or you can overcharge your machine to get out of there. You can still attack any nearby enemies, so you're not... Well, I think that's enough yammering. Promise it'll all come in handy.
God, that was a lot of information, but I get it. I know what to do. I want to just do this. Fine. I'm just going to go.
Let's play.
I sort of get that different machines will have different power, different armor set, different guards, everything like that.
Your move, Red.
So it's just a case of learning the game as it plays.
That's it for me.
Oh right, you can actually turn the board. That change the thing.
Get serious.
This is where I'm going to just lose horrendously.
You're up, Red.
Because he's on a higher elevation, it's harder to hit him. I think I might have lost this just because of that first turn.
Oh, only one machine left.
Can I not bring the machine that I lost back in? Yeah, I've actually lost this just because I did my first turn really badly.
Knocked right off the board.
Wait, so why could that one attack twice? Is that like a special perk it's got?
I'm up. I won! Oh, but I'll play you again if you want.
Actually, I was thinking, oh no, it's fine. I don't need the other tutorial, but I didn't understand why I could do 2 moves then.
Here for more tips?
I was like,
I'll
it'll be
tell you a bit more
fine.
about the pieces we used to play. In a normal game, you get to choose which machines you place on the board. Each one is worth a certain number of setup points, and you can spend up to 10 assembling your army. Knowing what each machine brings to the game and building an army that matches your strategy is the key to becoming a machine strike master. When assembling your army, there are a few things to keep in mind. First and foremost, you can never have more than 4 of the same machine on the board at the same time.
400 Jaws win.
With that in mind, most players would choose machines based on how far they can move or how much attack power they have. But a real strike player will be looking at a machine's type and skills. Let's take a quick look, shall we?
She's just
Think
insulted
of that
how I
machine
play
on your
this.
left.
Just a higher number.
Alright, let's talk about the different ways in which a machine attacks its opponents. In other words, its machine type. If you look at your notes, you'll see this machine here is a melee type. You can also tell by the shape of the base the piece stands on. A melee type machine attacks the first enemy within range. And we've seen this plenty of times, so just move that piece forward so I can show you some. Great, now grab your other machine. Looks like we've got ourselves a gunner type machine here. This means they'll only hit the farthest enemy in their attack range. Let's move that machine forward so we can take a look at the rest of the pieces.
So it hits 2 tiles away.
Let's go with this piece first. This is a ram type machine. Attack an enemy with it and it'll push the piece backwards. Like this. See, now my machine has taken over your machine's spot on the board. This is a great way to take the advantage away from your opponent if they have the higher ground. Looks like we have one more piece to look at. Now this is a beauty of a piece, a dash type machine. When it attacks, it'll move to the end of its attack range and damage every machine in its path, including your own. So make sure you take a good look at the board before you send it off to the races. You should also make sure it's able to finish its attack on an empty spot. Otherwise, you won't be able to attack at all. Here, I'll show you. Look, it even rotated your piece a nifty little piece you'll definitely want in your set.
Yeah, I can see the advantage to that.
If you look at your notes, you'll notice this particular machine has one of the skills. There's quite a few of those, and we haven't even looked at all of them, but I'm pretty sure you've got more important. It's got all the tips and tricks. I think that about does it for now, so if you want...
Right, so melee will only attack the first thing, and that's all I have is a melee. So this isn't so much a game of I need to outmatch her, I just need to out-strategize.
Time to make my move. Board's all yours. Time to make my move.
So I'm guessing that she's going to now kill that piece.
Off the board
Oh!
goes.
She wiped out her own piece. Because she knocked mine into hers.
Was the game, even if I lost.
Oh. So she killed her own thing using mine.
Good luck.
Okay. This is such a strange mini game, but the unfortunate thing is I have to play it because there's rewards, there's skill point rewards.
I'm up.
Right, so what have I actually got?
Your turn.
So I've got a ram type, 2 ram types, and 2 melee types. Oh, you can only move 2 machines. I forgot. I was reading the tutorials, I swear.
Board's all yours. You're just hammering down on my pieces now. That was brutal.
So do I have to place then turn?
One less piece on the
Double
board.
kill! Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Just one piece left. That sure dampens the forge. Okay, let's see.
So I've...
Just one piece left.
So, rotate to attack. And then I overcharge to finish that off.
Oh, looks like I lost.
She is hiding her tears very well. So by winning this... Oh, by winning this board, I get 2 more skill points. Oh no. By winning this, I get a Bristol backstrike piece.
Here we go.
Okay, so Scrounger is 2 damage, 3 move, and 5 health. So I want one of you. So are they all predetermined, or... I want a Scrounger. So it's kind of like in a game of chess, you want to put pawns at the front and everything like that.
Time to get
Right, so this is probably the most complicated game we've played yet.
You're up, Red.
So is this a hill type piece here? No, which is a hill? That's a hill. So really you want to think of it in a way of you've got to try and get your enemy to expose their units from behind kind of thing.
Okay, let's see. That's it for me. My turn.
So the strategy she's using is weakening all of my pieces beforehand and then finishing them all off, whereas I'm just chasing her
Well,
down.
that's done now.
So really I'm playing this in a bad way because she's just... Her strategy is causing my units to expose themselves and leave them open.
Knocked right off the board. Time to get serious.
Ow. Bloody hill terrains.
One less piece on the board.
Yeah, I feel like I have lost this one. It's all part of the learning phases of these mini games, though, isn't it? You're not gonna win first time every time.
Well, that's done now. Your turn. Oh, seriously?
I don't have another lance horn, do I?
Ah, off the board it goes. Well, that's done now. Your move, Red.
So I can kill the lance horn.
I got a tough fight ahead of me.
And I can flank that one. And then I can overcharge to finish it off.
You got me. Fair and square.
This is actually quite a hard little game. So by doing this will then give me the bristle back and one of the 3 that I need to beat to get the... So I want one of you. There we go. I think I've chosen a team.
This is gonna be fun.
So I've got 2 that benefit off of grassland, and I've got 2 that are gunners, so we shall see how this goes. And I've got the lance horn that benefits off of the mountain. So the grazers can do damage just based on being on the lowest terrain, whereas the others can benefit off of being the highest terrain. Make a perfect line, they can never get through. That's not a good idea. So really, I want to try and bait her forward using my burrowers.
Time to make my move.
Because then I can use my scrappers. To do damage without having to go after them.
Knocked right off the board.
See, I can tell that eventually there's gonna be an opponent that uses purely just a ranged set, so you have to chase them down.
One less piece on the board. You're up, Red. That was brutal.
I know what she's doing. She's going to use the scrapper. I'm going to try and line them up, and then she's just going to hit them with the lance horn. Get rid of the lance horn. Just need to kill one more, and then that's the point limit reached.
That was brutal.
Wow, that did a whole 5 health.
That's it for me.
I want to get the lance horn up on the hill, but
time to make my move.
Can I get my lance horn up there and overcharge to do an attack? And then that eliminates that.
Well, that's done now.
Does this mean that the some of the units can't resist bullet-related damage?
Get serious. You're up, Red. That
should.
Well, spark my forge. You have beaten me on every one of my boards. Now that deserves a prize, I say.
Brittleback strike piece. So, just it's going to be one of those things that's going to take the momentum out of all of the game's combat, but it's a necessary thing, so I can get the there's going to be a trophy tied to it, and to get all the extra skill points. I mean, it's not the most exciting minigame I've ever played, but it is quite involved. But I feel like I'm going to end up cheesing the entire thing just by setting up a set of ranged units and just running away all the time. Oh! Okay, can't talk to him. Oh, I'm guessing it's a later on thing then if it's remedies. So I need to keep an eye out for that. What's this fighting pit? I like the variety though in all of these things. Like I'm guessing this is like a melee contest. So we haven't met the hunting grounds yet, or the and now we know about Machine Strike. So there's a lot more to do in this game opposed to the first one. Just straight away, there's 2 new mini games. So it'll be quite interesting. I mean, I'm gonna have to do them all to get skill points. So if I want more skill points, I have to do everything.
You wanted to speak to me?
Well, you know better than anyone it's a dangerous world out there, and not just against machines. Name's O'Dirk. This here's my training pit. Best place to practice close combat this side of the Forbidden West.
I mean, it'd be nice to not have tutorials when I do these things later.
I wonder who'd win in a fight. You, the savior of Meridian, champion of the East, or the Enduring, master of the West.
Who?
The Enduring, a legendary Tenakth fighter, the master of masters. I've heard the Tenakth have training pits just like this one. It's how the warriors get so fierce, see? And only the very best from the pits get to train with the Enduring.
So, to find the Enduring, I should look for these training pits if I'm ever out that way?
You'll have to go far if you do. The Tanakh are split into 3 clans. 3 clans, 3 capitals, 3 training pits. My guess is you'd have to beat all of them if you want to train with the Enduring. If the Tanakh don't kill you on sight, that is. But that's a far spark in the wind. As for right now, I also offer challenges to test your fighting skill.
Who would I be fighting exactly? You?
Well, I know you're the savior and all, but you have to beat all the others first to challenge me. Rules are rules. We only use dual blades and practice arrows, mind. These drunken fools would run themselves through otherwise. You'll have to leave everything but your spear and practice arrows at the gate. But I'll look after your gear, not to worry. So, what do you say? Up for some training?
I might be.
That's what I like to hear.
There's actually some dueling. Melee pits test your close quarter fighting skills against other human opponents. Complete all challenges against other fighters to ultimately face the pit master. The pit also allows you to practice your melee skills in a focused tutorial or an open-ended training session. Bloody hell. I take it. So I can only do certain things here as long as I've unlocked it.
Almost ready to go?
Does that mean that I actually get to have like a proper counter fight?
Attacks are fast but easily blocked. So learn to combine them with other attacks.
I better do all of these, you know, trophy, stuff like that.
I want another couple.
Heavy attacks break weapon blocks and do more damage. But they're slow, so your opponents might counterattack.
This is going to be an interesting minigame when we actually get to the big stuff. Are the hunting grounds still in this game, I wonder?
Blocks to really hammer an enemy with damage. But they're slow and leave you vulnerable, so pick your moment.
That's all I can do until I unlock the skill that allows me to do more. To do any of this. So I can't actually do any more of that, but that's interesting. So I need to do all of them. So what we're looking at warrior-wise, Resonator Blast is the first skill there. I do like how they've made it possible to do everything. Like melee is now not just, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that, but it's now actually a usable weapon playstyle. If you don't want to go, if you want to go stealth but can't be bothered to use a bow, you can use melee instead. All right then. That's going to be very interesting. Right then. Now that we've done all the tutorials for the time being, let's do some side quests. But yeah, I think I'm going to enjoy the fighting pits a lot more because that's more my speed of reactive gameplay and things like that.
It seems like Bitterleaf likes to grow on rocky terrain.
It'll be interesting to see how like intense those battles are going to get when you get to the Tanakh lands, since they're meant to be like brutal.
Okay, I think I have enough Bitterleaf.
Wild meat. So now I just need to keep an eye out for animals. This is going to be a very involved game. It took me 60 hours to do the first one on very hard, and that was having done everything. So it's going to be interesting to see how long this one takes me with all the extra things it's going to have in it. Especially with like everything's going to be so much more involved than it was in the first game. Oh wow, that damage increase already. It's my aim that makes you think, why aren't you using aim assist? But then I realised that this is way more enjoyable to fight. Like, I mean, you never know, you might unlock upgrades to your health just by doing the training pits and things like that. And that's one thing we're going to need lots of in this difficulty, is survivability.
Okay.
The basic monsters of the game giving me this kind of fight again, sort of like the Watchers did in the first one. It's actually really nice for me to fight something of a small sort of threat level with a little bit more challenge to it. You love the hitbox in this game. The fact that I can't just go, shot him in the head, that's good enough. That really is a whole step forward in the way of difficulty, and it's great. Just by giving it, like I said, it's like with the boss fights, just giving enemies more health and damage isn't enough anymore. We've played as a community, gaming community, you've played so many games where it's like, this is hard mode. Why is it hard mode? They do like twice as much damage and they take like 50% less. That doesn't actually change the dynamic difficulty of a game anymore. Why did I think that was the ball? There he goes. God, the foliage is so effective, I can't even see where he went.
Well, we'll have to worry about running out.
It's so difficult to kill wild boars again now that I don't have the ability to one-shot. But it's worth it. I'm going to need all the upgrades I can get. Fire Fanghorn. They look cool as hell. Water. That's cool, there's water canisters. Weak against ice, strong against fire. Break off the horn. Go on, turn around so I can get you one of these.
Looks like a landslide. A scary rattlers.
I mean, I want the part. Is also why I'm trying to kill this. I don't know what I'm going to get. Oh, stop! But that triple knock ability is the one I want. What?
Come on!
Okay, these things are actually quite tough. Looking forward to getting a water arrow. I knew we had fire, ice, and I didn't know about acid actually, but I knew about the fire and ice. But water and acid? I wonder what water can do stats effect wise.
To keep me going.
Right, when I blast those antlers off? Fanghorn and... Ooh, so actually the parts have to be removed this time, instead of just kill it and get a chance to get it. Ooh, that's really interesting. So that burrow unit, I actually need to identify and tear it off. Toa's just messaged me on Discord, it's installing! But no, this is a lot more involved. Like, you would have... The game before was involved as hell as it was before, but now it's even more involved. I'm really looking forward to my next load of armors, though. Give them a proper good go. Oi. Nice. But knowing me, everything must be 100%ed. We do all side quests. Well,
when I need it.
not quite 100%ed, but we do all side quests, all upgrades possible, unless they aren't that big deal. And we fight every big thing we come across, whether we're ready or not. I mean, we fight it and we lose, whatever. How do I save this game, though? Because there's no campsites. So I'm guessing it's auto-saving?
Scroungers. Mildiv said I could find a metal panel in one of their scrap piles.
These things look so much like scrappers. I wonder why they didn't just call them scrappers. I wonder if it's because they can't just go, oh yeah, give them the same enemies. Where's the fun in that? Because in all intents and purposes, they are scrappers. Bugger! Got caught by a burrower. Right, let's do this. This is where stealth would come in really handy. I am going to die. It's their little bite after they finish a lunge is what's catching me off every time. Oh yeah, they also damage each other. Let's try out some of these acid arrows, see what they can do. I want what these things have got. Oh, that's gonna be so good. So this is gonna really change up how this fight goes. I can throw myself off of a grapple point to get the upper hand. Instead of just, oh no, I'm just gonna have to keep dodging. Oh, damn it. My first death of the day. And that's because I was being extremely aggressive. So how often does this autosave? But my god, I don't even need to go into a loading screen. That's how quick the loads are.
Scroungers. Moldiv said I could find a metal panel in one of their scrap piles.
Shoot all of them except for the one that spotted me to make the most of it. Try and do this a little bit less silly, shall we? Do what damage we can with sneak and then do as much damage as we can in open combat. This one is literally watching everything I do, and he's aware because he can see the arrow trail, but he can't. The AI isn't smart enough to just go, he's in the bush! Yeah, that thing can blatantly see me. I got him silently, it's fine. Right, so these things aren't as simple as just dodge out the way and hit them, because they've got that little shockwave after they land.
Much better.
I really want to do a bloody aerial hit with this. But I'm not quite getting it, apparently. I can't tell if this is just being used in an evasive way, or if I can actually attack them with it. Oh, what the hell was that explosion? Yeah, I'm trying to fight these things like they're scrappers, and scrappers are so much easier to kill than these ones. But the only person to blame myself for my death will be me, because of my inability, my refusal to run away. Yeah, stealth. This game's very hard, feels much better than the first games. So, yeah, you need to actually strategize instead of just running at them. I mean, I'm still going to run at them, because that's just how I play. So, what? Is there anything on this thing that's... The Scrounger itself is weak to acid. It's a detachable resource container, power cells weak to lightning chain.
No metal panel. I will check another scrap pile.
Gotta follow.
And boop! I love that finisher, that critical strike. You don't have, there's none of this like clipping, lunge forward stuff. We are literally throwing the spear and sliding into it. That's really neat. I really like that. They've really changed up the fluidity of combat in this game just by doing that. It's like, it's nice that you got like the easy access of just a mega lunge, but it's just so much more impressive when they've actually thought about
This
transitions.
should work for Moldiv. Now I just need to hunt for some wild meat.
Well, since we're up here,
Should be able to find boars around here.
if we find any more boars, then I will kill them. But we want to make our way to this cauldron because this is a good idea at this point. And it is a cauldron. I mean, it's got the marker and everything. Right, so one of the parts I need off of him, where does it come from?
Could set that machine on fire.
I guess I want the burrow of sound shell, which comes from its stomach. How the hell am I going to get that? I just don't know what trees to go down, like, skill-wise. I really want the triple knock, that's my first port of call. But then where do I go after that? See this thing call for help now. I don't think that was the component I was after though, but... Oh, okay, it can still do it. Blew its bloody sound core out and it's still able to roar. I feel like the speed of her attacks are a lot faster in this game too. I don't know if that's just because I got used to using the precision war modes and stuff, so it had a really slow draw time anyway. Remember to loot everything. I'm getting better with the bow already. I'd only played this last month. I mean, again, like the last time I played this, it was much easier because I didn't have to worry about where I was shooting. I just had to fire. Right then, let's get this triple knock. Oh, it takes 2 skill points. Okay then. I need 2 points to get high volley, which sounds like it's going to be fun. Thank you for standing still while I hit you.
I think I have everything I need for Mildif. Good thing, too. I can use a decent meal.
I will be getting everything in all directions. I hope the volley is exactly what I think it is.
Caught on.
I could have overridden that.
Enough said I'd find this crew.
I didn't realise well, it makes sense overriding's the start of the game, doesn't it? I wonder if the arrow volley will allow me to hit like weak points on top of machines without having to
There's an old watchtower
faff around with trying to get the aim right.
I wonder if there's anything still inside.
It's definitely going to be a good first skill to invest in to see how they work. I really want to give it a go. I hate you so much. There's nothing I can destroy to stop him from doing that either. Just gotta be smarter, I guess. Remember to keep opening everything, because it now goes to storage, so it's not being wasted. I definitely think that's a better way to do it, is that way you can't overstock on one supply and just be like, great, now I've got 1,000 sticks, and just spam it. You actually have to spend properly. The perfect accuracy from these machines is kind of envious. Sat behind a rock, and what was the first thing they were able to do? Perfect throw. Oh, I see. So taking out the Shrieker Sack stops it from doing its projectile attack, but not stop them from coming over. That poor piggy! What did it ever do to you? And I've noticed they've still got the AI to this game that learn from fighting you. Because they're getting armor plating on that back panel already, and I've only killed about 10 of them. Only a little bit of armor, mind you, so it's not loads, but it's still defense to what I'm doing to them. Oh, that was a good one. I'm not going to make a habit of doing those charge attacks, but it's going to be a satisfying connection when I do pull it off. Not the piggy! Guess I'll have to eat it then, won't I? Wait then, what's this? Is this lootable? Yes. I wonder if I need these to make water arrows. But you can't tell me there's not going to be a water arrow. If there isn't, I'm going to be really disappointed, because just splashing everything is going to be fun. Just give it a little bit of a sploosh. Come back, piggy. I could barely see him just follow the bobbing arrow. I ran past where I wanted to go. The bloodlust overtook me again. What are they? Are they grazers?
It's weak against shock.
Oh, hello. I need to kill you. You were the reason I didn't get most of my upgrades in the last game. Raccoon bow. It's just I never looked for raccoons. It's just the whole reason why I never got it done. They're just tiny. You don't think to keep an eye out for them. Hello, piggy. Remember, it's when it starts going back to my inventory. It's just I love that. Just sending it to a stash means I don't have to spend ages hunting them because I can't carry any more of their
This
loot.
must be the mine Arnav told me about. It looks like the miners are in trouble.
Any new upgrades? Yes. What does it take? I know I'm not using it much, but I might do if I upgrade it. Now I need bristleback circulators. I can max this out. A new slot, more concentration, and then 25% resistance to elements and 5% to melee and impact. I'll take it. I haven't unlocked a single trophy apart from the one for progressing. Get a pouch upgrade too. Yes! Carry more of everything. Yeah, we really need to hunt everything. We really need to. So much good stuff out of this game. A weave slot has been unlocked for one of your outfits. Weaves can be equipped on outfits to improve their abilities. Each outfit comes pre-equipped with a weave that must be unlocked through upgrades. Press square when reviewing an outfit in your inventory to modify its weaves. Is that a waiting point I see there? I also like that I can just press a button and just restock everything. Yeah, I'm guessing that is a waiting point. Piggy! You will suffer at my hands when I get my triple knock, I swear. That is my promise to Piggy kind.
That looks like the foreman Arnav mentioned. I should check in with him.
Hormone. Oh, I should have tried to kill that bluebird to see if I could.
Stash this away for later.
We should do a head count.
Hello.
You good? I'm okay. Thank you, Corvin.
Corvin? Arnav sent me. I'm...
Not now.
Easy. What happened?
Explosion in the mine. Water flooded the whole place. Some of my guys are still... They're still down there. I can't stop.
You've done enough. Are you hurt?
I'll live. The others. Please.
I need to know exactly what happened.
We used controlled blast to open up new veins in the mountain. One of them must have gone wrong. I can't... I have to go.
How many are still down there? Corvand, how many?
Two. Two, I think. 2 more.
I'll do what I can.
They better be able to walk. I tell you, these Ossaram look like they're heavy. Right, let's get in there. Save some miners, the Crimson Narrows.
Gotta find those 2 miners, quick.
Oh,
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Underwater battles in this game are going to be rough. I can tell. Brings back the old days of the rough fights in Monster Hunter Tri. That's cool.
The miners. One of them doesn't look too good.
I wonder if I can outright die from drowning, or will it be like health damage?
Is that...
Are you okay?
Who are you?
Corvin sent me. Are you hurt?
My leg. I was a little too close to the blast.
What happened?
We were blasting in the farthest tunnel, but the scaffolding didn't hold. It collapsed. I think it blocked the drainage shaft. Water started flooding the place as quick as I drink ale. I barely managed to drag us here.
So something's keeping the water inside the tunnels.
What are you thinking?
I've got an idea. Are there more explosives?
Are you crazy?
Yeah, should still be some up top, but you'll need these fuses.
Are you crazy?
You can't move, and I'm not leaving you here. It's not like she can make things worse.
Don't go anywhere.
Famous last words.
I need to find whatever's blocking that drainage shaft and blow it sky high.
She can't possibly make it worse. That's where you're wrong. I have made many things worse in many places.
Made it. There's the debris blocking the shaft. If I can reach those explosives up on that track, maybe I can blast through the blockage.
Let us do some research. Right. Oh, what's that? Small supply cache. Moderate supply cache. Generous. Valuable. I love cheesing things. That's not how I was supposed to do that at all. Right then. So I've seen that all I can see from up there. Looks like we're going down and out. Or we're going over here. No, not this way. Alright then. Puzzle time. Even the light effects in the water's impressive. Right then, so how... Oh, I see it. I figured it out. Don't you worry. I actually did it in record time. Instead of sitting here for 20 minutes going, what? Never mind, I haven't figured it out. So I need to find a stable ledge to pull that, which is up there. So I need to drop the ladder down. I love how at the start of the game it's like, press this button to swan dive. I literally just jumped in the water. There's nothing fancy about it at all. Is there another pathway out of here? I do not think so. The with the oxygen gauge dropping as quickly as it does, I really can't take the time to look around that I want to. I mean, we're definitely going to be getting a rebreather, but I don't know when. Right then. So. Let's see if we can find something. So all I've managed to figure out so far is that crane with that ladder. And I can't get a clear angle on the ladder to shoot it. Can't pull the minecart down, mostly because you don't want to get the explosive wet. There must be something underwater. Is that a pulley system? Oh, what's this? Oh, that's just for the thing underwater looking different. Right. So I'm guessing it's something to do with this part of that. Perhaps the obvious ladder would be what I need to do. It's almost like the game intended for me to find it, and I'm just too slow to figure it out. Right, where am I?
Maybe I can
swim past unnoticed. My PlayStation's just turned off. It does this. I reckon it's getting too hot. One moment. Okay, let's try this again.
Maybe I can swim past unnoticed.
I definitely think it's because my PlayStation is getting too warm that this happens. Like I said, it does it in Destiny raids. It does it on this now. My PC never suffers from this, thank God. Oh, damn it. I think Tower of Pi has just gone live because he keeps putting my name, blaming me for things. It's like he did it when he did Hades the other week. He's like, it's your fault. No, it's not my fault. So much for the sneaking past. I didn't even think about where I was climbing up. Ooh, there's one behind me. Ooh. The question is it worth fighting everything? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, you can cancel a swing. That's helpful. Like, I remember in the first game, you'd accidentally press R2 before aiming, and then you'd end up just throwing your spear at them, or yourself at them with spear attached. And then all it did was resulted in you taking a hit you didn't want to take. It sort of reminds me, like, the way I should be playing. The way I should be playing this should be like the old Resident Evils, like 4 and 5, where the first thing you do is you melee them. You shoot them somewhere to expose their weakness or to stun them, then follow it with a melee to save resources.
To the explosives.
Because I do tend to just go nuts and just aim for weak points exclusively, but when I was getting into the habit in the first game when they were running at me, and it was like, well, if I shoot them in the leg, then I can do an attack. Then I started doing that more and more, and it was actually really good. It was the right amount of, for the enemies that did a lot of running, it was really helpful. Like razors and things. Stop them from moving, makes it easier to stop them, to kill them outright. Ooh, an acid trap. Nope, I won't do that. Yes, I do.
There's the explosives up on the track. Just need to get across somehow. It would be a good idea to drop that ladder.
I like how they've made these little dungeons, we'll call them. Sort of like you need a shortcut and everything to keep it going. So then if you need to drop out for any reason because you run out of resources or healing or whatever, I can just bail out, get my stuff, come back in without having to redo everything. That's a really bad idea. Stand staring at the blaze. Just, oh, this has worked, yay!
That did the trick. Yes, that got its attention.
I was not ready. You know, I really need to do this more. We've got all these tools and all I'm doing is just shooting them once with an arrow. Oh my god, how much health? What are you? You are tanky. What is it? Tracker burrower. It's weak to acid. So this is one of the variations on a burrower. Damn. He took it well. Just a standard scrounger. I need to remember to research these machines as I find them, just in case they're new. Got it changed. I take it the yellow damage counters are the armor weak points. Maintaining healing in this game is a difficult aspect. Because it's not just press up and use it, you actually have to remake the potions themselves.
Now let's go check on those miners.
Like, because I used up all of mine, I then had to craft more, use more to craft more to carry on. Alright, so I could have just fled. I know it said that the killing the machine was optional, but I'm not passing up a good fight.
She's so dead. We don't know that.
I am not dead. I am right here.
You did it. I thought you blew yourself up.
Are you two okay from here?
I can get this idiot down. Don't you worry. Thanks, kid.
Deep trouble. Missing tool needed. I need to go at least investigate what this is that I'm missing. What I need this missing tool for. So I can't use the grappling hook just to get up on top of a ladder. That's a bit rubbish. That would seem like the perfect thing to use a grappling hook for.
Come on. Up we go.
I feel like I shouldn't have just ran across that, but maybe did the treacherous tightrope warping. But no, just ran across it, as you do. No, well, either this isn't programmed correctly, or I'm not supposed to be going across it. That was really weird. Just need to see if it's like I need an explosive or something to get into this wall. So I'm guessing that it's a cauldron we saw, but we just can't get to it. Or not at all, actually, because the Crimson Narrows says nothing about it being a cauldron, it just says Crimson Narrows.
Come on. Up we go.
Just give me a minute.
I'm just curious is all. Nope, looks like I can't do anything with it. Mind you, there is one on the other side of the room, so we can investigate that one instead. Oh! Right, that is a straight up blockage. We're not getting through that. Okay then. So I do need some sort of explosive to continue on. Oh sweet. So how do I use fast travel pack? No point walking out if I don't have to, you know, be really lazy about it. Okay, so there's actually a reason to come back later. That's really cool. Don't get that often. That often, very often. That was almost point blank. We'll just pretend that never happened. What do you mean I missed? What is going on? They're just going through the piggy. I'm aiming too low, obviously. 4 bones, lovely. It's a good thing that to make the basic arrows, it's an easy to gather resource.
I found the two you mentioned. They're safe, but could probably use a hand. Is that everyone?
It is. I dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. I knew we were blasting too much, but the man who staked the claim here, Ulvad, he kept pushing and pushing me.
I tried to shield my crew from his constant demands every damn day. I should have been stronger.
You were there for your crew when they needed you. That counts for something.
Ulvan can threaten me all he wants. I am not letting my people back into those mines.
Will you be all right?
Yes. I can take it from here. You are owed, Huntress.
Damn right.
Thank you, Huntress.
Ulvan's name keeps coming
I'll see
up.
the last two make it out.
And it's never good. Sooner or later, someone's gonna have to deal with him.
Level 5. And that's finally the skill I want. The high volley. Fires a high arcing volley of arrows to rain down on your enemies. Uses your currently selected arrow type and depletes a medium amount of weapon stamina. So what you're saying is I can rain acid arrows down on them. Right, so my next big thing is get the triple notch, which takes 3 skill points. So how do I use this? Ah, okay. You have an auto weapon technique. Weapon techniques are unique, powerful attacks that offer exceptional new strategies in combat. A lot of techniques are available for all weapons in their class. Tap or hold R1 while aiming to use your selected ability technique. Using a weapons technique depletes your weapon stamina, which generates over time. Switching weapon techniques from your current weapon by opening the L1, the weapon wheel, and tapping L or R. L left or right. That's cool. So triple knock is a weapon technique and not a basic ability. Interesting. Right. That's good to know. Instead of me, I could... Going to have some interesting times then. Any animals? But no, I liked that. Like, triple knock is a really good ability. But raining fire of arrows is going to be interesting too. I suppose it would just depend on what you need. Like being able to shoot...
The path I broke a long time ago.
Like being able to shoot over cover with these arrows, or if an enemy is hiding somewhere I can't quite reach, I can just fire an arc of arrows over the top of them. That's going to be awesome. And because they're all equipped all the time, I don't have to worry about having to be like, oh wow, I need to stop the fight, swap it over. That's always the problem I find with games like this, is changing skills. You have to pause the game, swap weapons or whatever, and play around with it like that. But being able to just do it as you're playing is much better. So just popping it open, pressing right, I want to use triple knock. That's what I need. Having skills is cool, but sometimes they haven't put them in, they haven't implemented the way to use them properly.
There we go.
What's this? Yes, definitely needed. Signal tower. My sister was telling me that when she started playing this, she was really disappointed because when you used to shoot a part of a machine, it used to go boom, boom, boom. And I gotta say, I do kind of miss it. Kind of miss it. It's just the way you know you're doing well.
Some kind of device. The metal reflects the sun. To send a signal?
Oh, this is broken. Ooh!
Looks like some kind of lens. Guess I'll keep it for later.
Alright then. That's going to be something later on, I can tell, but I've done it now, so it makes it a little bit easier. Any other points of interest before I head home? 2 more. It's better if I do it now instead of having to wait till I find a tall neck or something. It seems that there isn't any tall necks in this valley though, so... It's the wrong button. That was good, that I was able to grab onto that. I almost fell to my death. It's interesting that there's more climbable surfaces on the side of cliffs as well. Otherwise, I just end up Skyrim travelling and just jumping up the side of a mountain. I mean, if you ever play Skyrim, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Clearly laid out path, who wants that?
I'll stash this away for later.
Yeah, I need to really work on stealth again. I'm taking too much damage. Which is costing me because I'm running out of materials for healing. I actually think I prefer this medicine pouch. Like, it isn't a bar per... A bar saves as a bar healed. So it's like I need maybe 3 of my med kits to fully heal. So it heals like 33% each. So it makes it a little bit more challenging. So damage isn't 1-to-1. I can take a big hit and it takes lots to heal it. Instead of take a medium hit and it takes exactly half to heal it. I can save and I can lose extra just by 1%. It's just remembering to craft is all. Ooh, what's that? Sorry, I get really easily distracted by shiny things. Bad at it. What is this? I think I'm going to drown. Oh, hang on. I think I've clicked out of bounds. Oh, come on! Yes! It's like shiny things normally indicate something, so I just tend to follow them. See, there's one of those blaze shards or whatever they are.
Green shine. I'm in luck.
It's nice that they haven't put... Like, I don't mind games doing that thing where you start off not having much so you can't explore loads, but it's irritating when like everything in the starter area is just locked behind late game progression. Because like, I just don't feel like I'll get anywhere in that case. It's like, I'm thinking back to platforming games like Crash Bandicoot and stuff with those coloured gemstones. It's great in all there's a need to come back, but it's just, I want to finish it all now. But I'm kind of glad they haven't done that with this too much. Like, I need to come back later for one thing, and that's all I know about. Have a look at the... It's like, it's not really a valid complaint on my part about, oh, I don't like it when I go come back. Because it just adds a bit more replayability and like a bit more... And a bit more curiosity to the zone. It's like, oh, I wonder what's over there. Stealth killed 10 machines. The only other trophy I've got today that's not story progression. Says I have 3 skill points. Where did I get them from? Right, so triple notch is another one of those weapon skills. That's amazing. I think I might want to get this. Like, finish off exploring everything. In this tree, get this middle node finished, then we'll move on to a different node, because I am interested. in what the middle thing does. Not for a gameplay full gameplay standpoint, but just because I am curious. Right then, let's give this thing a proper go, shall we? Nice. I like having triple knock. But I really want to give the that other ability a proper go, so that I can shoot enemies from a ranged standpoint, like bombard them for high damage. But that's really nifty how they've done that. You can't just exploit it for its high rapid fire damage on all your weapons now. I wonder if the arrow type determines how much it costs to cast out of your your weapon stamina. I mean, let's be completely honest. The triple knock in the first game was amazing, but it just trivialized so many difficult battles. Like, I remember I was like one-shotting blisterbacks just because I triple knocked 3 hunter arrows and just annihilated the thing. I mean, it also helps if you're actually able to aim in these games. That's like a big part of how to get good. And my aim without auto-aim, I'm just not used to it on a controller. Not even used to it on a PC, but on a mouse and keyboard. On a PC controller.
This place has seen better days.
Oh, it's just another one of the signal flares. Oh well, I'm up here, might as well get it. I mean, they're going to be used for something, so get them early while I'm thinking about it. If I leave them until I actually need them, then it would just be a slog to go get them. So if I can find them when I do, then just go grab them and use them later. That's what I was doing with like the flowers and stuff in the first game. I didn't actually get to Meridian until like a good 20 hours in, but I had most of the collectibles that I could get. So I was able to get a couple of upgrades.
And there's another one of those devices. Lens. Guess I'll figure out what to do with it later.
That's exactly my thought.
I don't think I can get past them. Guess I should leave it for now.
But why leave it? I'm here. Right, so there is a metal flower up here. Damn it! I can't possibly get through. Let me have a look. Oh, I'm making this joke in the actual... I need to get that way. So I'm guessing it's a tool that hacks that, which then removes the plants. Interesting. That's another thing to come back to later. Right, let's go hand in the side quest. We haven't even progressed the story past the point of arriving at Chain Rattle, whatever it's called. But I feel like we've spent our time well, got a bit more hands-on with the combat, tried out some of these ability things, explored, found some green shine. They're going to be really easy to find at night. Milduf, I'm coming to you. I need to start thinking about getting some of the melee skills just so I can do the battle rings, but don't want to. I just like to get my bow up.
There you are. I happen to receive another visit from Ulvin himself. He was pushy, but I stood my ground. And dare I say it, I even got my own back. Yes, I did.
I'm listening.
When I made his meal, I used 3 pinches of salt. Instead of 2.
Each journey begins with a single step, I guess. I think I have everything you asked for.
Then just as you have inspired me, let us see if I can return the favor. Time to cook.
This is another minigame. I like him.
Wow. Mildif, that was inspired.
Next time you want the best provisions, you know where to find me. And your next order of any dish will be on the house.
Thanks. And don't forget to stand up for yourself.
Funny you should say that. As it happens, I'm already cooking up my next portion of resistance. Hope to see you again.
Good for him. Level up, technically. Brilliant, let's get the last of these skills so I can unlock the middle perk here and see what it does. Stamina regen. Ooh. Or concentration regen. I think it's concentration for me. What other of these triangular moves do I get? Ooh. Knockdown shot. Fires a special arrow that does no damage but can stagger or knock down machines, leaving them vulnerable to follow-up strikes. Ooh, very nice. The Bolt Blaster sounds like it's got some really good uses in this game. Food provides temporary benefits and skill boosts. This meal has reduced your concentration recovery time. Bring ingredients to cook throughout the world to purchase food. Only one food event can be active at a time.
It might be a good idea to stock up on some food before I head back out. And see what else Mildif's cooking up.
Alright then, I think that is a good end to the first stream of Horizon Forbidden West. We've got the game started, got the tutorials out the way, and got to try out the new weapon system and all the skills that come with it. So we are currently 4.2%. So, yeah. Till next time.